Thank you. I'll call this December meeting to order, and can we have a roll call?
Sure. Supervisor Hewitt.
Here.
Trustee Page.
Here.
Trustee McGovern.
Here.
Trustee Geis.
Here.
I see Barry, trustee Robinson online.
Here. Yes.
Assessor Trowbridge, Commissioner Young.
Here.
Great, and then can we have a pledge of allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
United
States of
America.
Republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll start with public comment in person. And we'll go around the circle. I see somebody in the hallway, Mr. Spiegelin.
I have.
Ms. Goldenberg.
Hi, my name is Claire Goldenberg. I'm a Lisle resident. My first comment is a point of order regarding the minutes of the November 8th meeting. The motion to oust 2 of your most qualified employees, which should be corrected before this board approves them. The motion should read as follows. After careful consideration and much discussion among the trustees and the supervisor, we have decided to move to eliminate the operations manager and director of senior services roles because we believe we have staff who can cover the positions so that we don't have a break in the continuity of services due to budgetary reasons. This was made by trustee Geis and seconded by trustee Page. Secretary, you should make note of that, or I'm sorry, clerk. Secondly, I've been spending some time at the county researching public records. And it is fascinating what you find. And what you can turn up once you start digging. Now, I can publicly disclose to this board and embarrass some of the members of this board and or their families, but really, who can walk in a glass house? Now, you all seem out for blood for one of your own, who is clearly dealing with something, which should be entirely private and personal. Yet some in this community think that you can air the laundry of public officials without impunity. Yet we hear you, meeting after meeting, talk about fighting mental health. And for those struggling to cope with drug and alcohol issues. All as I can say is it cannot be both. So grow up and start filling the shoes of the offices that you were elected, or in the case of Barry Robinson, handed. Thirdly, the township administration position, according to your motion, you were to be able to go on with your current staff without any break in the continuity of services. So why this hire? And lastly, I believe I suggested to you that you transfer money from the general fund to the town fund in my public comment back in January or February. Just think of all the heartache you could have saved us all if you would just listen to public comments.
Mr. Galloway.
Hi, Jerry Galloway. I'm a resident of Lisle. I have a few questions for the township trustees I'd like answered over the course of this meeting. I probably won't make it till the end. I saw your agenda. I can finish it on video. Considering the fact that general assistance is the most important function of the township, why wasn't the GA funds transfer executed months ago when the budget was passed? You want to know the details of this oversight. How could this happen? Now that you've terminated 2 highly experienced employees and precipitated the loss of a third, how do you plan to reinstate senior services for the township? Our senior service is important. How much was spent to recruit the employees you just fired? Doesn't this constitute a waste of taxpayer resources? Explain the benefits of replacing the operations manager with a township administrator. Are you projecting a lower salary? What do you anticipate? How much will the township save? How much will the hiring of a township administrator actually cost? I'm talking about, getting a headhunter and whatnot. What costs do you anticipate in the hiring of senior service staff, assuming that's your intent? Please elucidate the benefits to the township of retaining redundant legal representation. How much is the township spent on this representation? And how much longer will such representation be needed? Is this a wise use of township resources? Who is responsible for oversight and management of the 2121 Ogden building? Have you hired a snow removal company, or will you rely on the highway department? Can we assume that your budget line item for township salaries is now back in balance? Are all the other line items in balance? And what are your plans to open the pantry for some evening hours so that the working poor can access nutrition? Are all the tax issues now settled? Which of the accounting firms that you interviewed did you settle on and hire? I'd like to know. Are all bills now being paid on time and out of the proper accounts? Can we assume that all township employees now have that job description, that operations are running smoothly? If we have questions or concerns, should we take them directly to the trustees, since the supervisor has been relieved of her normal authority? And is there a particular order as to which trustees we should bring our questions to, first, second, and so on? I can only assume this was your intent when you initiated your assumption of the supervisor's powers. Thank you so much, and have a joyous holiday season.
Ms. Vasquez. Ms.
Purpose, I've always believed the purpose of government is to do the best we possibly can to provide services for and protect citizens. What I'm seeing here, and I've seen for the past couple of months, or longer than that, is nothing but internecine conflict that's a waste of time and a waste of my taxpaying money. I'd like to think that right now we can think about changing our direction and focus on providing services, protection, better roads, things that people need, rather than this childish conflict. Thank you.
Miss, sir.
Trowbridge, no. Hi, Dan Hogan with, all right, stand up, I'm sorry. I'm Dan Hogan, I'm the owner and president of DMD Property Management and Developers Corporation. Also, we have a subsidiary that is DMD Snow and Ice. We have put in proposals. I could go through a whole list of, we sent in emails, and I've noticed on November 8th packet was incomplete. I then on the 9th, November 9th, called Mr. Gerald Wolf and said, you know, how come all our proposals, because we sent in 5. We sent in for 21-21 seasonal and per push. For 21-17, we put in for seasonal and per push. We were asked only to do for per event. So we sent all those in. I found out on the night Mr. Wolf was relieved of service. So I talked to you, Diane, that day. I emailed everything again. Then December 5th, I received a call and an email from a very nice lady here, Alexia. I told her, you've had this. What I like to do is give each, because I even noticed today that it's not up to date, everything. I have, besides the seasonal in the front, the emails to show that I sent this. All the emails, and then also the other proposals that I'll get into shortly. I don't want to use up my 3 minutes, so I'll just, you know, I'll move fast.
Thank you.
So there's 7 here. So we put this in even today's packet that I noticed yesterday, that's why we were feverishly moving as fast as possible today to get this in properly. In there,
Sorry. You can keep going.
all right,
We're allowed to.
I'll be
The
here for
supervisor.
most of the meetings, so if you have any questions, but also in that proposal, I put in the other proposals that were from two other companies. None of them state when it's a trigger. We call it in our profession a trigger. That's when we hit the road, boots on the ground. Nobody has any numbers. Is it 1, 2, 5? Is it at the discretion? Now, we are a very large company. We, just out of our yard, right down the street, 2.3 miles. As a crow flies. We have 80 shovelers. Leaving, we have a fleet of trucks, and that's just our 1 yard. We do this area. I've never seen any contracts that have been presented to you that don't have a number. You have to have a number. As a business owner, you get a bill or you get a proposal for a product, they're gonna say how much per unit. So I will be here to answer any questions for the remainder if something comes up. But also, I made notes on the other bids, they're blank. I just want you to know, I don't even know what I'm bidding against. Then when the bid came in after the 5th for this product, one vendor, because I was the lowest, November 8th. Then this December, one vendor changed his bid because mine was made public. This isn't the first time I went to this rodeo, but we're out there to do the job for you. We have the manpower. We feel we are the most qualified. And we do a lot of big properties. If you go to any gated community in Oak Brook, we probably do 98%. But if you have any questions, I'll be here. But I just thought I would give you the package, so that is the complete, that's everything.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Zua? Do you have a public, okay, Ms. Young? And then, okay,
Thank
okay,
My name is Ed Young, I'm a resident of Lisle West. Supervisor Hewitt, there was a vote of no confidence at the board meeting of August 9th, 2003. I encourage everybody in the audience to go look at it. It's on the website under ordinance. It was passed by a bipartisan board. The trustees you ran with, Supervisor Hewitt, and the one you appointed, they all voted to vote of no confidence. I find the mismanagement of the finances outlined in the vote of no confidence and the continuation of financial mismanagement grounds for your removal from office. Tonight, the trustees are being requested to transfer funds from the general fund, from the town fund to the general assistance fund. Why? Because the general assistance fund is insolvent. How did that occur? Your accountant that you paid over $130,000 for your work didn't tell the trustees about that. You didn't tell the trustees that. It's hard to believe that you can pay somebody $130,000 when they tell you that their financial or general assistance. The trustees nor the public is getting the financial information that they know and is required to properly run the township. Supervisor, you don't have a basic understanding of township government. On tonight's agenda is a memorandum that you asked for from the attorney outlining how to do a bid. The road district does formal bidding process each year. Your fellow supervisors have a wealth of experience in submitting bids. TOI's website, Townships of Illinois website, has several classes online on how to do it. But you want to go spend taxpayers' money to hire an attorney to tell you how to do it. Between the current council and the prior council that you hired in December of last year, you've paid them over $94,000. Between the accountants and the lawyers, you spent over $200,000. One of the most important reasons why you should resign is you can't manage people. Every one of the staff, full-time staff that was on payroll here when you took office is gone. The current staff is up in arms and ready to walk out the door. Finally, you've been recently arrested for DUI. That's a big stain on the character. People who were at the event which you left offered to get you a Uber. You drove off screaming into your phone and wouldn't accept their assistance. I don't know how anybody could have gotten in the condition you were and get behind you. I encourage people to go to Edgar County Watchdog site and look at the video. You could hardly stand up. Your actions endangered people's lives. Your conduct as a township supervisor and as an individual clearly demonstrate that the township of Lisle and the residents therein would be better off if you decide.
Any other public comment in person?
Yes, this is Dr. Joanne Wright, wishing to be recognized.
We're doing the in-person one right now. We'll go to the online one in a minute. Real
Oh,
quick,
Okay, thank
Well-
you.
back to you, sorry. Is there in-person?
Yeah, I'd like to
Online
make a comment. My name is
comment.
Autumn Geist. I've been a Lisle resident for over 30 years. I've served in a number of capacities in and outside of this community that I'm very proud of. There's nobody in this room who has not made a mistake in their life. We've all made them. Ms. Goldenberg made a point of letting us know she could shame anybody in this room and their family. How unkind, but and irrelevant. We are just a year past a 21-year-old girl losing her life in this town. We mourned and we have saw the yellow ribbons last year because she was killed by a drunk driver. Anybody who can sit here and make any excuse for that should be really mindful of the community who's very upset by that. Okay, they know, and they know who's speaking, and they know who is standing behind that. Again, we've all made mistakes. And when we sat here in the meeting in November, at that time, the mistake that was made was probably no big deal. I mean, I thought maybe it wasn't as bad as it could be. But Supervisor Hewitt knew how bad it was. And what upsets me is she could have protected us and been honest with us then. But no, I had to be completely shocked by the police report that I read and the videos that I saw. And you know what? Mental health is important. That's why we all fought for mental health care. But I'm not diagnosing Supervisor Hewitt, so I would be really concerned about anybody in the room making a diagnosis without a medical license of why that DUI happened. I was accused of following Supervisor Hewitt, of being at an event that I wasn't even made aware of. I was accused of following her, calling the police on her. It's all over next door. My name is being used in really bad ways, and I wasn't even part of the conversation. But I do take driving under the influence very seriously, and I do take mental health very seriously. I lost a husband because of mental health and alcohol abuse. So there's nobody in this room who's going to tell me how serious that is. My children grew up without their father. But we lost a 21-year-old girl in this community because of someone's poor choice. And if you're going to continue to sit here and make excuses, shame on every single one of you. If you were her friend, you would go to her and you would say, let's get you some help. Let's get you the help that you need, the help that you deserve, and let this township run in the way that it should be running without such dysfunction behind it. When you really care about someone, you give them straight talk and you help them. Okay? Those videos and that footage was very jarring for me. My oldest daughter was in a car that was hit by a drunk
Time's
driver.
up, trustee guys. Any other in-person public comments?
Would the trustees like to grant more time to trustee guys?
Would you like more time, trustee guys? I'll wrap it up quickly.
The rule is that the supervisor, when we go to public comment in the meeting,
I think it's and or two trustees.
okay,
Two
Trustee Burns.
so do,
I think that if you don't see how the example of that is a problem. Here's the deal. There's this notion that we come here week after week because we want to bully and harass and shame and embarrass another human being. If any of you knew my heart, you would know that that's not true. All I've done is good in this community. Have I made mistakes in my life? Yeah. Yeah. Have family members of mine made mistakes? I sure have. But nobody in my family has got behind a wheel of a car in the condition where they couldn't even hold their head up in the backseat of a police car. So don't you dare compare my errors and my mistakes to that. I take huge offense to that. I have never jeopardized anyone's life or my own in such an egregiously dangerous, volatile way. I'm going to ask you again to resign from your position and let this township run in the way that it should run, with leadership that can be effective in managing people, in managing finances, and will not be a further blight on this township, the village of Lisle, or throughout this state. Thank you.
is there any more public comment in person? Is there any public comment online? And Joanne had,
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here to give an update on behalf of my board, the Lisle Township Mental Health 708 Board. And we're working to collaborate with other community centers, and looking forward to getting to understand this board and our collaboration better. So thank you for having me here. I appreciate it.
thank you. Is there anybody else online with a public comment? If you want to raise your hand, please just raise your hand and I will address you. You can raise your hand like this, or you can raise your hand using the more function and or the reactions function in raising your hand. Okay, there were some online public comments that were left, and the public can read them.
Okay, first one's from Don Kraus. As migrants continue to arrive daily by both bus and plane into the Chicago area, and the stoppage of the Brighton Park base camp in Chicago that was to provide shelter for 2,000 migrants, I urge that the Lisle Township Commissioner and Board adopt a resolution to ban the establishment of any encampment, housing, or lodging of undocumented immigrants or asylum seekers in Lisle Township. There should be no taxpayer funding from the federal, state, county, or township taxing bodies to fund the encampment, housing, or lodging of undocumented migrants or asylum seekers in Lisle Township. The urgency of this resolution is being realized by several developments, including Pritzker pulls state funding from migrant base camp in Brighton Park, Chicago, citing environmental concerns on December 5th, 2023. 2, according to Crane Chicago Business, September 20th, 2023, the article titled "Contractor that moved migrants from Florida wins contract to build their tents here at least 6 zones using indoor hard-sided lodging" would be set up by the Florida World through Cook County and Collier counties like DuPage, Kane, Lake, McHenry, and Will, according to the contract. The contract did not specify where these zones would be located, when they'd be built, or how long they'd be in operation. The contract end date is September 12th, 2024. 3, Burr Ridge, Hampton Inn manager on illegal immigrants. I don't know where they came from. Police, local politicians, and even the employees of a local Hampton Inn do not know why Burr Ridge and DuPage County were selected to house 75 illegal immigrants dropped off on September 7th, 2022. The illegal immigrants were dropped off by the busload from Chicago at the Hampton Inn located west of County Line Road. Lisle Township is not prepared to take on such a burden as this. I expect your reply by December 31st, 2023. Again, that was Don Kraus. Then we have Laura Olejnik, and excuse me, I know I killed the name. And the comment is, please defend how Ivanhoe Avenue remaining closed is not illegal. Again, that's Laura Olejnik. And then Joanne Lazarski. In light of the recent events, video, and police report involving Supervisor Hewitt. Supervisor Hewitt, have you ever had to go to the hospital to identify someone who has been killed? My mother and father did. This was the unrecognizable body of my brother Jim. He was 18 years old, 55 years ago, killed by a drunk driver. We were unable to have the viewing since his body was ripped apart. I was 22 at that time. This comes directly from my heart. You do not want to be the person responsible for a tragedy like this. You need to apologize to the Township of Lisle. This behavior reflects badly on us. And again, that's Joanne Lazarski.
Okay, and that was the online public comments, and public comment has finished. Next is the accounting information, which has been gone through on Friday.
Reading the warrants,
Sorry, what was that?
you mean the warrant? What was going through in Friday?
The,
Checks?
no, the, review with the trustees.
This Thursday, we went through, we did the audit of expenditures last Thursday. So right now we're on number 5, accountants report.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask if, and I know we've asked this before, if we can have full documentation in the accounting information, like the profit loss, like the budget, the actual year to date. It's really kind of hard to see where we are without those.
Totally, 100% agree.
Did you ask for those? I'm sorry. They're not in here. That's,
So I didn't specifically ask for those. She gave me what she gave me. So I put everything that she gave me into the packet.
Who is she?
Lisa?
so I guess my question is, could you make sure that those are in the packet so that the board can see those?
Sure, I will ask for it, whether I get it or not from the accountant
That's not.
or from the bookkeeper is a different story. So I'll ask for it again. You got it.
I'm still confused. What was reviewed on Friday and by whom?
I was not there. I was told about it on Thursday. The audit of the checks.
It wasn't all the meeting. There's only 2 trustees.
It was, yeah, Christie and I did the, just a regular audit of expenditures.
Okay.
Yeah.
They did it because while Lisa was still in town.
I just didn't, she said there was a financial, I mean, you went through
Just saw it.
the checks.
Mhm.
Is there a motion to go to audit?
Are we done with 5?
Report,
Or I guess I'm asking for
should we
any,
ask the accountant to give her a report?
the accountant isn't here.
Did we invite her?
The accountant,
Because each month we've said, we would really like you to be here so that you can speak to the questions that we have, because you can't speak to them because you're not in that position. It's not fair to expect you to.
it's a public meeting. I'm sure she has the ability to know where that link is. Did I specifically invite her to the meeting? No, I didn't. it also costs quite a bit to secure her time.
That's why it's on the top of the agenda.
Mhm.
We talked about that before. Because it's pertinent information, especially in the state we're in.
Did we
Can
move
we
on
make
to-
a formal request or? An
Okay.
accountant?
She said she can join.
Thank you.
It's just not solution oriented. It's really frustrating.
Do we table the suspend and amend?
Move it, we'll
So
go
we
to the
can move on
audit.
to the audit.
She joins. Okay. Perfect.
Can I make a motion to move number 5?
To come back to number 5.
Come back to number 5.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
And a roll call vote.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Geis?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Audit of bills and claims.
I'll make a motion to go to audit of expenditures.
Second?
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? And a roll call vote.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Geis? Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the audit of expenditures.
Second.
Can I make a request of a check payable to the state of
Right.
Illinois from
Discussion.
1789? It was,
What's the number?
1789.
is the amount, I don't have.
Oh, you don't have to check, okay.
Wait, I thought Jean
Lisa Rose decided to start a sheet program, returning money to the state. With the check. And she chose one of the road districts that. to do. I think it was done in one, nobody in the road district was consulted about this program or this thing, the trustees were consulted about this. We were never informed of she wanted to pay this check. Going back, I think there was another payment to this vendor after this check was cut. And it was for a different amount, because we came to a different agreement with respect to the services performed. I don't think this is truly outstanding check. It shouldn't have been charged to my accounts, and it shouldn't be dispersed. And I've told the supervisor, that the accountant, and I told Lisa many, many times, do not charge anything to the road district accounts unless you have approval from somebody at the road department.
Was this check in this audit of expenditures? So it's still, we have it. So, okay. So I'll make a motion to withdraw that check in the amount of $1,789.
Could I ask a question? We have a first for the approval. Did we get a second?
No, we're still in discussion.
Well,
No, I
okay,
thought you did, I thought Jean said.
Jean,
I
thought she did too.
okay, I apologize about that. And then do you want them to
You-
do a motion to?
Right.
pull
So whoever
it
made
or
the
just-
motion needs to, yeah, whoever made the motion needs to amend it. And then,
Okay,
yeah, remove that line.
so I would like to amend the audit. And pull check, I don't know the number, but to the state of Illinois, in the amount of
$789.61.
$1,798.61.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Bill?
Can I ask what this was for too? If you're going through, nothing seemed out of,
Yeah, for once.
yeah, for one, it didn't seem out of the ordinary, but
The
if you're
invoice
flagging
had
it,
to
I
date
want to
back
know more.
to 2021. So, well,
It wouldn't look, yeah.
yeah, because it was probably some paperwork she
Okay.
filed with the state.
Okay.
What it was for, it was a payment to, was it Arbor? you know. He was the individuals who maintained our waste oil furnaces in the garage.
Okay.
And there's two of them that maintain them, and they have since gone out of business. There's no other guy and his son didn't want to continue. So it probably would have looked like
Just a normal, okay.
500.
Thank you for the information. So I would like to approve the audit of expenditures without said payment to the state of Illinois.
We're good.
Okay, we're good.
So
Just need a roll.
Cover all
need
bases.
a roll call.
Okay, trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Geist. Yes. Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, great. The audit of expenditures is approved minus that expenditure. Next is the supervisor's report. As you can see, it has been a busy month. And there's been a whole lot that we've been doing. And when you see the food pantry has had a really great effort with regards to getting our getting people admitted to the pantry soft. When you see the our food pantry has really done well with adjusting to the hours that we've had, changing to having the I'm bringing this up. Sorry. Let's see. Where we haven't here. When we changed our hours to go to having everything be 12 to 4, it has really allowed people to, our staff, to get the food in better. And we've had a really good reception to from the community with the new hours. And we had 273 turkeys that went out with Thanksgiving, with holiday stuffings. It was the largest that we've ever had to our knowledge. Our transportation was a little bit on the downside because there were 3 holidays this past year, or this past month. Senior services have had our lunch and learn programs canceled. The SHIP program has been canceled. Ability to connect seniors with other governmental agencies such as Social Security has ended. General assistance was very busy, did $16,106 dollars in general assistance. There were 50 LIHEAP applications, and there were 21 passports, and our recycling has done over 22 tons so far of recycling. So that has been very successful. We did work to make sure that the grant applications will be completed in time, and that's the supervisor's report. Next is discussion and possible action on resolution number 2023-30, which is a resolution authorizing the transfer of monies from the township general fund to the general assistance fund. The numbers that we came up with,
Did you want to do 9?
You want to do 9?
Yeah. That's fine.
sorry,
Discussion possible action was a.
The mental health addition.
Community health work.
right, 1 second, sorry.
The applicant's present.
They are not, there were only 2 applicants for the 708 board this time.
If we can't ask them any questions, I'm not comfortable approving this tonight.
So I'll make a motion to,
Well, I have a question. Were they invited? Were they requested to attend? Because
I think there should be a request for them to attend, at least online.
There wasn't
Or
a
the next meeting.
request,
Okay.
because I never got a request from you all.
Whoa.
They, but I'm just
We
saying,
do not control the 708 mental health. board.
thoroughly agree. And
That-
so trustee McGovern, this is my time and I'm answering this question. And so I'm saying that they were not, they were told that this was the time when they would be appointed. They were, actually, let me rewind that. Joanne, you were there. I'm pretty sure that we thoroughly asked them, that I told them that, you know, this was when this was going to happen and they could definitely come. If they have allotted not to, that was their
That is
decision.
Yes.
Okay,
I don't think saying to someone, this is when this is happening and you're welcome to come is the same as, we would like you to be present, because if we're gonna make a motion to approve your appointment, there may be questions that the trustees may have of you.
I have to say that was my recollection that that was clear to the candidates.
thank you.
But then
Um,
we'll-
So if they chose not to come then.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
That seems to be correct.
thank you.
So you're requesting that they come in order to be appointed, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, because it seems like the mental health board is not ran by this mental health board. It seems like it's somewhat ran by you, which is one of the things that we promised people would not be happening if they approved the mental health board to pass. And so, you know, we really want to make sure that it's operating as its own entity, and we would like to be part of making the decisions on who's appointed to this board. I also really, I mean, I've expressed this in previous meetings. I really want to see a more diverse board that is reflective of the community that it is serving. And I just don't understand why we're having such a challenge with that. And I don't know, I've not really seen communications that there were vacancies out. I don't know what kind of outreach we've been doing with other organizations to see if there would be anybody who's interested. So, yeah, I mean.
This is Joanne. And I apologize for cutting in. I just want to say that we had 2 applicants for 2 positions open. And I think we did an appropriate amount of outreach. However, I just want to say that once again, I'm very new. I just was installed in September. And so I'm open to ideas around that, but I truly do believe that we did a good amount of outreach, and we just got 2 people.
Because,
One
wait a
second.
minute,
Joanne,
you always expect
hold on,
me to
hold on.
ask to speak, and I want you to be consistent, because otherwise you're treating me uniquely, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Actually, what we usually, the rules entail is that you raise your hand, and I haven't seen anybody raise their
You're
hand.
right, but
or
I'm just
asked
pointing
to
out
be
that often
addressed.
it doesn't apply to other
So,
people.
we can, I'm sorry that I have been lax at making sure
All
that
right,
the
thank you,
rules
I
this
appreciate it.
afternoon.
Apologies.
Please raise your hand, if you're wishing to be speaking. Everyone, please raise your hand so that we can go in order and nobody is feeling like, they're being missed. And so one of the, if you want to know the outreach that we did, we put it on the website, we put it on the Facebook. We asked the mental health board themselves, several times, each of the members to advertise, and to ask people, as many as possible for input. And I know that I asked to try to have an email, to go out to the community to try to advertise it again. And so we need to, I mean, frankly, it was advertised quite a bit. And I see that the current vice president of the board, Joanne Wright, she's trying to have, raise her hand, but she can't technically. And so I know that the
Yeah.
708 board themselves have very much tried to advertise for the position as well.
Great.
And is there anything, trustee Geist, that you have question wise about advertising for it?
I mean, we all, the way that outreach has happened and communications have happened is certainly subjective. People may believe that they, you know, have done that. So I know I have, I thought that this was a done deal, so I'm gonna do a better job at making sure that, I'm putting it out there more as well. I don't know that I don't know that I saw it on the website quite the way that you're expressing it. I'm sure it's there. I'm not questioning. I'm just saying, I don't know that I saw it. And I'm pretty much in tune with what's happening. So someone who's not checking may not be. So, but if they're not here to answer any questions, I'm not comfortable moving forward.
exactly. It's just that simple.
So you can do a motion to postpone it.
I'll make a motion to postpone.
Okay, and I just put up here the website. And you can see here that this has been due for, some time. It was advertised for at least a
Thank
month and a
you.
half.
We
And
understand
it
that.
was on the
Supervisor Hewitt.
website,
That's the
so,
motion.
okay,
Thank you.
so any more
So please invite them
discussion?
to come to the next meeting. That would be the suggestion.
Okay, and, is there any other discussion? And a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Geis?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, we're back.
Can you skip one of the mayor's on yet? He's on? Okay,
Yes.
so we should go back, right?
Okay, we're going back to number 5, the accountant's report. Matters here, so would anyone like to ask any questions?
Linda, can you hear me?
Yes.
The general assistance fund appears to have been insolvent. Did you note that? And if so, did you inform the trustees? Or the supervisor?
And you cut out there on me. I could only hear the beginning part. Let me see if I can turn up my volume.
I'll try it again. The general assistance fund appears to have become insolvent.
Yes, it has been. Because that's why last year they had to keep funding the money in. And it had come up and Attorney Wysocki had said that if there was the premise of changing the budget and amending it and having more money go to it, then you could continue to still pay the bills. So that was decided by the legal counsel last year.
Have that in writing because that has nothing to do with how the funds work. The budget doesn't result in transfers of money.
No, I understand, but the thing is it was insolvent and it had to be. There was no way around it. If you look at the figures.
Did you tell the trustees? Did you ever make a report to the trustees that the general assistance fund or the supervisor, that the general assistance fund was insolvent?
It kept coming up at all the board meetings.
Do you ever recall hearing that? That the general assistance,
We had questioned how were we going to fund it, but there was not insolvency.
in general practice, Linda, can you write checks on a company that's insolvent?
Absolutely not.
So how do you write checks on a general assistance fund that is insolvent?
That came up at all the board meetings and that was deferred to Attorney Wysocki, who said that it could be done. That's not in the purview of accounting. That was legal questions. And it was discussed by Attorney Wysocki on numerous occasions.
Well,
There was something said by Attorney Wysocki that if the intent was to amend the budget, right, then you could go ahead and do it. That was what she had
Councilman, what do you
said,
think?
but that's not what
That fair,
funds.
you can do that?
Right, but the levy has never been enough to get money into that fund.
So was her theory that because you intended to pay for it in your budget, you
Yes.
could pay out of the town fund instead of the general assistance fund?
That's what was said, and that's what we kind of scratched our head with that.
No,
Well,
that wasn't what I heard.
what did you
But
hear?
there should have been a transfer.
Yeah.
And there was a transfer last year,
There was,
and, or I thought that
but where did the board approve that?
it wasn't in a resolution, like what,
We recommend a
been-
resolution.
like
so you
what has
formally Show that
been,
you're
Doesn't
transferring.
it take a board action?
Yes,
So it takes a board vote.
I would agree with that.
There's nothing in the
There's
minutes that
no-
suggests a board vote to transfer money to the general assistance.
correct,
Okay,
and that's
so it doesn't
because Attorney Waisaki advised us in a different method of transferring the money, or a different procedure of transferring the money. But the transfer of the money should have happened after the last budget was passed.
There was the difference between the budget and the funds.
Yes.
You know, because what she had said is because there was funds still in there, it could be spent. But that is the problem. That's the problem.
That's two different things.
Correct,
Yeah, I
correct.
see what
That
you're
is the problem.
That's not what you have in front of you tonight. Tonight you
No.
have in front of you a transfer resolution.
But what you're saying is it's been transferred before without any board action.
But that's already been
No,
done.
it was
so-
transferred with a
Yeah.
budget and it was
Yeah, it should've been.
transferred, right, and so,
It was transferred with the budget.
meaning that after the budget was changed in December of 2022, then that's when the transfer was done.
So that
Um,
was noted in the budget discussions. and on the
yes.
budget.
yes. Whereas this time around, when we, again, it's because the levy was never levied properly for the general assistance. So when you look at the levy this time around, it's fixing this so this does not happen again. And that way, we are properly funding the general assistance in a way that we hadn't properly done prior.
You have from a prior year that hasn't been audited yet, there's a transfer that has to be undone in there as well. Because it came from a PACE transportation check that went into general assistance.
So we're still going through the audit and I'm expecting to hear more of those details of things that need to be amended, but I frankly haven't seen because I don't have access to QuickBooks.
Linda, were you aware that Lisa was gonna start on a sheet program? Somebody saying it?
It's a weird word.
It is.
It is.
And I'm really having a hard time hearing. I hear Supervisor Hewitt very clearly and Trustee Robinson, but I'm having trouble hearing you. I think it may be that how far you are from the mic.
That Lisa was going to start on a sheet program where she remitted money from unclaimed checks to the state of Illinois.
Yes, there was one.
Were you informed before you charge anything to the road district accounts, that you get somebody from the road district to approve that?
Well, you had brought it up at the board meeting, and so she was under the presumption that since you had brought it up, that it was, something that we are required to do by the state of Illinois. And that's why I believe that she had moved forward on that.
But did you look and see whether there's a payment to the vendor after that check?
Yeah, she had gone through everything with the company. She had tried contacting them. We looked through the files, the physical files that she had everything attached to it, but there was no canceled check that we could find either in QuickBooks or in the physical file.
There was a payment to that vendor after the check in question.
I would have to look. I know that she followed up on it and that she had looked through everything and also had tried getting in contact with the company.
Who did she follow up with? Why wouldn't she call the highway department and say, hey, what's going on here?
She told me that she was under the presumption, since you had brought it up at the board meeting, that you already knew about it and that it was something that you said needed to be done.
Accountant, Meter. Supervisor Hewitt delivered your accountant's report. Was there anything else that we needed to know? And is it
Um,
possible?
No, Lisa had put that report together. I looked at it. I didn't see anything that needed to be added right now on that.
Would it be okay to ask you to be present at least just for the accountant's report for future board meetings?
Oh, absolutely. No problem at all.
I appreciate it.
I do have a question. If, you spoke about the audit. Could I ask where we're at with that and when it's expected to be done? We're actually getting FOIAs on it because people are expecting it to be done as well.
I totally agree. And so we have yet to hear from, we were supposed to hear back from Sikich on last week or on Monday. We've been doing a weekly Zoom with trustee Robinson, Sikich leadership, and Linda Nader and or Lisa Rose to make sure that we're on track for finishing pieces. It sounds like there's been a number of balance issues that have taken some time to work out. They have a whole copy of their QuickBooks, of our QuickBooks to review, and they hadn't gotten back to us as to what needed doing at the end. So I would again, we're having a weekly discussion with Sikich. I would expect it in the near distant future.
What does that mean? By the end of the year?
So I'm not the accountant or the auditor. I can ask them. They said that again.
Why don't we let the accountant answer the question then? So
Right.
I was directed at myself.
Yeah,
Or
whoever can
Linda,
answer
do you
it.
have any better replies, or trustee Robinson, who was in the calls as well?
Well,
Yeah,
basically, okay, go
go
ahead.
ahead. Well, I was gonna say, so the call on the 27th was with the audit team that's been reconstituted since the partner's gone on maternity leave. They'd identified some issues with trial balance, bank balances and reconciliations. They did ask for a copy of our of our QuickBooks, which we downloaded. The finance team sent it to them. On the 4th of December, they came back with just attached a list of payroll accounts that we were discussing. It looks like there's unadjusted balances that they wanted to talk about from QuickBooks. I don't know if there's been a subsequent, so that was on the 4th. And to the supervisor's comment, there was supposed to be a meeting on the 11th to follow up and figure out how we're going to get closure on this. I haven't had any further communication. I was just going to ask Accountant Nader if she's had any communication or how we can escalate to make sure we get closure on these issues as well.
I know I did call over there because I did not get a Zoom invite for Monday. So I did call over and I left a message. I did not get a response from it. The situation is, and I have the notes that Lisa has sent me to take a look at, the payroll liabilities were zeroed out at 3/31/23. The situation is there are numbers within the payroll liabilities at this time, and it was the adjusting entries that the accountant Janice had put through for the IMRF issue. So that's what's causing the payroll liabilities to not match what was originally on the trial balance figures that we had provided to Sikich. So I'm looking at that and I want to talk to Laura over there about what information they need from us to be able to do that reconciliation based on those adjusting entries that had been done.
And trustee,
Accountant, thank you. Accountant Nader, here's the challenge is their inability to be responsive has been pretty consistent. And my concern is that these delays are impacting the perception of the productivity of yourself and, the office. So we really need to find out who ultimately is in a position to escalate this. Because if it's not the supervisor, who would it be?
I mean, trustee Robinson was the one that, spearheaded this and wanted to have it where we had a meeting every week to really hold Sikich to the fire. in order for them to start, you know, becoming a little more responsive or getting back to us. You know, the
So-
fact that they asked so late for the copy of the QuickBooks, that's something that they should have asked for in the first week of the audit. I've never had it go where they don't ask for a copy of the books. You know, they keep saying that they're going to put 4 different people on it and get us questions. And Trustee Robinson can say that without exception, we're not getting, you know, questions every week to go over or try to work with. So,
And you weren't included in the call on Monday, as you said.
yes.
How? I am not the smartest person in this room by far, but I'm just really struggling with why this is so complicated.
Sikich is very short-staffed and they are, I just took on a new corporate client and they had been with Sikich for 15 years. They're a $20 million company and they can't get anybody to call them back. So Sikich is not doing the things that they normally used to do. And I don't know why. I mean, I've known a lot of people that work for Sikich and they're very qualified people.
You know, there has to be a point of escalation, so there's always somebody else to escalate something to. If we're not getting the fact that you just shared with us that they didn't even ask for a copy of QuickBooks the first week of the audit and they're just now asking for it when we're in these time crunch days, like, to me, that is just completely unacceptable.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been involved in audits of this type, but what happened is there were a number of reconciliations that they were having trouble they're having trouble reconciling transactions that were shared with them. They said, look, and I know that the township, had been making adjustments so long, so I think things had been changing. So I think they said, look, let's just baseline, let's get a quick they were switching auditors partly because we had responded sometimes in a delay to getting back to them. So they were saying, look, we have to move our people around. We can't have them sitting waiting for your answers. So I will recommit to talking to the partner who's now engaged, who's now leading this engagement, and make sure they have a call with us on Monday, and I'll give a report back to this board. I appreciate everyone's perspective. I think we're this far along with them. I think we just have to close out, and it felt like we were close. There was just a couple of accounts that they need to get further information on. And I hope we can get closure on this quickly. I'll report back to everybody.
Thank you. I just find it challenging that they're putting the onus back on us, that they weren't getting from us what they needed. When every time that we've discussed it, it's that they have not been responsive. So I really take issue with the onus being back on the township.
Clerk Poets.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just even add just a little bit more as a suggestion. Trustee Robinson, would you or someone, accountant Nader or whoever, be able to just give maybe a weekly quick update to the board, so they know where the audit is every week? We're not gonna solve this here. We can't do it, right? So, maybe just a weekly update to know this is what happened, that we're on target to get this done by this day. Just because otherwise we're not gonna hear about this for another month. Yeah,
Very reasonable suggestion. I'll take that as an action item. Very reasonable. Thank you.
And then with that, I just have the one other question is within the month, we got a notification that we were in violation, that we extended our filing with the controller. And I don't know specifically what that was regarding, and I don't know if that's been taken care of. So
Yes, that issue was taken care of. Lisa called the office and spoke to them. They're still under COVID protocol, so they send out the notice that the deadline was missed. But at this point, they have other people that are also still trying to get their audits done. So at this time, they're not they're not going to actively pursue anything. They just want to know that it is working at this point in time, and that at some point there's going to be the audit report.
Any other questions of the accountant?
Well, couldn't the trustees be getting a budget report analysis of budget to actual on a monthly basis?
I think that there was something with this month that it didn't get put through, but I had looked at the previous board pack and it was in there. So I need to talk to Lisa and see what happened. Barry, trustee Robinson had contacted me about it early this evening. But when I went to get onto QuickBooks to try to run it, it was in single user mode, so I wasn't able to get in.
Sure,
Where's that?
Means one user.
So if Lisa's out of town, who else has access as a user to QuickBooks?
I do.
Michelle,
There's three. You have one?
We don't.
Yeah, that's what I do. But you could actually.
So how do we make sure that our accountant has access to the QuickBooks? Like, this is silly.
What normally happens is when Lisa gets in the morning, she automatically opens the QuickBooks. By her being the admin and opening the QuickBooks, then it sets it up in multi-user mode. What happened probably was that she wasn't here. If Ed would have gone in, then the admin can't go in after that.
Okay. So I think that if that happens in the future and you really are trying to get things done, we just need to do a call out and say, hey, guys, you know, I need to get into the system so that you don't lose precious time.
Well,
Thank you.
normally I'd be able to have Michelle go in and reset it, but trustee Robinson and I were talking already past the 4:30 point.
Okay, thank you so much for jumping on the call this evening. We appreciate it.
Oh, no problem at all.
I was here. I could have reset it if you'd reached out. Okay, is there any other accounting information? Okay, thank you, Ms. Nader. Moving on to resolution 2023-29.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2023-29, a resolution authorizing the transfer of monies from the township general fund to the general assistance fund.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, trustee Robinson and trustee Page. Any other discussion?
And that was for the 230, I just lost it, 235. 655, right?
Yes,
Can you increase that?
Yes.
Okay.
50,000
Thank you.
from the original 185.
Where'd you come up with the original number?
When
Did you do that or did Linda Nader do it?
I did it.
Okay.
Because I looked at the math of what the budget was passed and what the levy was passed at, looked at the difference, and that's how the number came out.
I just thought you were just a little short because of those two prior transfers that weren't taken into account.
And the reality of going to June, which is when you get the first tranche of money.
Right.
So that's how I came up with the figure. And a roll call, any other discussion? And a roll call vote?
Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee McGovern.
Yes.
Trustee Geis,
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Next is discussion and possible action on ordinance number 2023-10 and ordinance authorizing and adopting an amended purchasing and accounts payable policy. Trustee Page or Geist.
Can I just ask? Why we keep reinventing this policy? And who keeps drafting this policy and at what rate?
So this policy hasn't been redrafted since the first time it was, or maybe the second time, I don't know how many times this is. I think it's been up probably 4 times, with it at least 4 times. And it was amended prior to then. So after Ross drafted it the first time, it's not been redrafted. There hadn't been, Clerk Polowitz gave a different version. It's on the bottom, it's in your packet as well. Both of those, the 2 versions that Clerk Polowitz had given are in your packet. Printed for you.
Okay. So what, that's still a revision. And at the rate that we're paying.
There wasn't, okay, so there was one revision that came about because of wanting to, this was, the whole thing came about because of wanting to increase the details attached to it. And we hadn't decided on that. So then it was postponed, and I think the first time it was postponed was in September. And then it's been postponed every month since then. The attorneys haven't been paid to revise it since that first time. So it hasn't been more attorney fees for this.
So we've been handling all of this documentation?
We've been postponing it. So as a group of trust or as a board, there hasn't been a ask from the attorneys to do any amendments because it's been postponed each time.
We talked about this last time, if you remember, that we had that special meeting. And it was the first one with Attorney Seckler, and you were pretty specific of what you wanted the policies to say. But then the policy came to us, and it didn't say that.
Correct.
And we
So
paid
that would
for
be,
that.
that's called a revision.
Yeah, so we paid for that. And then I think there was a second draft. I don't know if we paid for that or not by Attorney Seckler. And that's when last month we said, slow the attorney roll, Bill. Because it wasn't saying what you had said you wanted it to
Correct.
say. So that's when we jumped in,
Which
and start.
makes them revisions.
Well, so you're getting a second thing that I had emailed to you guys.
Yeah, what I would characterize is,
Trustee Robinson, if you could let Clerk Polwitz finish.
yeah, my apologies.
Well, so you had that email. So those were the revisions to send out, what for feedback, and I got feedback from them, and those of course don't cost, but so, and then I had an email from Attorney Seckler right before the meeting with his feedback for them, and so that's why maybe we want to defer this for another month and see if we can work on it more.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone discussion and decision of ordinance number 23-012.
Second.
Any other discussion? And a roll call vote?
Trustee Geist, Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
Trustee Page,
Yes.
Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Sure. Okay, then next we have ordinance discussion and possible action on 2023-08, an ordinance approving and adopting a credit card policy.
I'll just add same thing.
I think that's the same thing, Trustee Robinson. Even.
Does anybody want to make a motion to postpone this?
I'll make a motion to postpone ordinance number 23-008.
In a second,
Yes.
and trustee Geist, any other discussion? And a roll call vote,
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Geist?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson? Supervisor Hewitt?
yes. And I had heard earlier that there would be likely a personnel committee with job descriptions. So you have the proposed job descriptions. Does anybody want to make a motion to postpone this?
One
We don't-
number
I think you
13.
skipped it. You skipped the paid time off.
Sorry, ordinance number 2023-13, which is the paid time off.
I've explained to the trustees, this was kind of my, going through the handbook, it was a little bit shocking to see that the 2022 rewrite ended up with full-time employees only earning 5 paid vacation days after 1 year served. And in my vast experience of like living a lot of years, everybody gets 2 weeks, but not everybody. 10 paid vacation days is the norm after a full-time employment, and previous administration said 10 days plus 2 days personal time. And so I asked for a resolution to revert this back. I think it's,
In fairness, though, to you Supervisor Hewitt, why did you make that change? I think you should have the opportunity to.
it's a
explain,
question.
in fairness to you.
Because attendance is important and it's
So is
important to.
vacation.
Vacation is
Right.
extremely important.
Exactly, and so after the person gets over their 6-month probationary period, then they're rewarded with the 5 days of they were in the past. So that was the intention, was to make sure that we were dialing back our vacation days, which were very extreme at the.
They're
point
not
where that-
extreme Supervisor Hewitt, they're very
At the
norm,
start.
like poll any full-time worker in this room and you'll see that 10 paid days after 1 full year served is the norm across the board.
So I think you're, well, I don't have the old handbook right in front of me, but again, if you have any other,
Okay, thank you.
So that's fine.
this is up for a
It's
discussion.
state
I'm
law,
not
state
trying
law.
It's
to.
state law.
Yeah,
It's
this is
just
for
that
state
simple.
law.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
I don't know if you're reverting back to what you were doing, but this is, the
Thank
state
you.
passed a law,
So,
the Paid Leave Act, and so now you are in compliance with state law. So
Thank
that's
you.
what this amendment is.
I'll
So
make a-
it's.
So I don't know what you did
because of
before, but
The
that's
state
why this is
law
here.
that this is being changed.
Yes,
It's-
because you have to do it by January 1.
Right,
Wait a minute. So, wait a minute. So okay, I want to understand this correctly, so I make sure I understand where we're at. So the resolution that trustee Page is presenting is taking us back, not just to where we were before you chose to change it, but it's also taking us to a place where we're actually be in compliance with state law.
Yes, you will be.
Okay,
I don't know about the past, but I can tell you will be in compliance with state law.
okay.
Thank
Then
you.
you know
That's
what?
only for
the-
the
I'll
others.
agree
For the
about
vacation
why
days.
we make those
Right.
other choices. As long as we're gonna be in compliance with state law,
Yes,
I'm happy to hear that. I just don't understand. I still don't understand why we made a change, but let's move forward.
thank you.
Onward and upward. Let's go.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-013. Adopting modifications and updates to section 4.1 of the Lisle Township Employee Handbook regarding paid time off for township employees.
Second.
Thank you.
any other discussion? And roll call vote,
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Geist?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes. Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
yes. Okay, and then job descriptions,
I'm just gonna make a motion to postpone this because that folder was, I emailed you this yesterday, the folder was empty until yesterday morning. I was not gonna make any time to go through and try to notate any changes that you've made, so I'm gonna make a motion to postpone this discussion to another.
second,
Second. Thank you.
any other discussion?
I just want to make sure the discussion I would like, sorry,
Trustee Geist,
the discussion I would just like to share is that I want us just to be mindful of changing employees' job descriptions and responsibilities without it having been reviewed by the board and approved. Because it sounds like we're doing that again.
Yeah.
And, and it's very frustrating to people who, you know, they accepted. Everybody understands that you have to have some flexibility when you take a job, that you may not do exactly everything that you were hired, you may do other things. I think everybody's okay with that. I think they're team players. But when we like double and triple people's work and they're still being compensated for the role that they interviewed and were hired for, I don't know that that's fair. So I think we need to be really conscious of that. And so every time we change job descriptions, we really need to have some conversation around it and not just with legal. We need to really be thinking about what's best practice for keeping a healthy and productive environment. So I just wanted to get that out there. It seems like this has happened yet again fairly recently.
So to remind everyone that we haven't agreed to any of the job descriptions since March. And so there's even some employees that don't have job descriptions currently.
But
And
they're doing
then
their
there's
job, though.
again, and then there's things that have happened, like the loss of employees that then require some things to be done. No job descriptions have been changed for the staff because none of them have been approved. So these are just
Responsibilities been
proposed.
changed?
Have
It's just yes or no. Have responsibilities been changed?
there is
I wanna
one,
keep it moving, that's all.
there is, well, for example, Gerald had a job description. He had some things that he had to do that the township has to cover, for example, FOIA. The township has to cover FOIA. So there is a new
Has anybody's
person,
responsibilities changed?
and again, so again, we have to cover FOIA. So there needed to be a change in, because Gerald was in charge of FOIA.
What are your responsibilities on FOIA?
A lot of it I need to call here to say you have the information. I never got it, so you need to. give
Okay,
it
so
to me.
so nobody here is managing the actual application
Michelle.
process
Michelle
of the FOIA.
Porter.
Oh, so you're calling her for information?
She gets it. She's
Okay.
getting it through you.
Okay.
No, well, what is happening is Michelle, or the executive assistant, has, we asked who wanted to, be doing that, and she volunteered to do that.
Great.
So, and again, Gerald had some responsibilities that could not be not done. For example, in transportation, there's now just 2 people in that department, a driver and an office assistant. So some of the things that Gerald used to do with Pace, well, there's just one person that can do that right now.
Well, there's a learning curve that
those are-
happens with any change, right?
Mhm.
We've experienced that the last 2 years, every time someone resigned from this office. We had a learning curve where somebody would have to learn those responsibilities, and so we just have to do that again. It's what we had to do before we had Gerald, so we're gonna just have to, we're gonna have to assimilate, but.
But we didn't have a bus and a whole transportation program before
Well,
Gerald.
fortunately, the transportation program has not grown at the rate that we had expected it to. The ridership is not what we had expected to, which, by the way, that is a service that has not changed for our seniors and our community members that need. So I want to make sure that we know that. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question if we,
Trustee Cook.
thank you.
Call it.
If you said the last time the job descriptions have been changed is March, so have we paid for these job descriptions to be changed with Connor and Gallagher or with anybody?
No,
That
I
this
just-
is, you're doing them by yourself, the job
So,
description
I
changes?
went to the staff and we
Just
discussed,
a yes or
or
no? I just want to know if we're paying money for these job.
Connor and
descriptions.
Gallagher does not have any budget line item spending, so they have
Thank
not
you.
been,
Correct, so no money's been spent on.
no money
That's
has
it,
been
that's
spent
it.
on that.
Okay,
Thank you. So we're making a motion so we're gonna wait till the next personnel meeting?
we already have a.
Motion.
Motion
we
to
just
postpone.
Need a roll
Just
call
say that.
vote.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Geis?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, then it's been postponed. Discussion of proposals received regarding snow removal contracts.
Yeah, question.
Sure.
So
Trustee Geis.
within these packets, Mr. I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Yeah.
Dan Hogan?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hogan presented a pretty substantial packet. I'm sorry. It's okay, I'm old too. All right, we're still together. I just want to make sure that if people, if vendors are taking time to put together comprehensive bids for us, that we're including all of the data so that we're really giving a fair assessment to each vendor. And really, you know, the comps are actually based on similar services and information. Otherwise it skews it. It makes it difficult for us to make a decision. Now, we're fortunate that we have the highway commissioner who has volunteered to take care of us until we can resolve this. But I guess I just want to understand so that we're making sure that we're being equitable in this process. Like, why didn't we have a full documentation? And is there anything else we're missing?
It was in a different folder. It's there, it's just it was in a different folder.
Oh,
So,
okay, okay. Okay, good. That's good. All right.
and we've been, you've asked for the per shovel and the per season. And then we changed the bid last time to have the 2115 Ogden in addition. So that required another, and again, we didn't previously have the per shovel versus the per season. So there were a variety of changes that have been asked for since the last time we have talked about this.
Yeah, and then
And in the last time we talked about this, Gerald was managing the situation, so some of the contacts I did not have. And it's taken a little bit of time to get that all rearranged.
do we have his key returned?
I don't have that information right off the top of my head.
Oh, that's not okay.
Okay, all right, okay, cool. Okay.
Wow, alright, so. Maybe we can bring that up.
There was question in the audience about management of 21 snow and maintenance, so hopefully that audience member now understands that we are going through this bid process to make sure that that property is being properly maintained.
I tried to do a spreadsheet from the tender, I apologize.
Follow it.
I'm so sorry, unless you want to start with the motion, I don't know how you. I did a little spreadsheet here, very well, but I have tender care, DMD, Bear, and even the DuPage lawn from before. But the tender care I have with 217 and 220.
I'm sorry, DuPage lawn is not in here.
I know, and neither was parts of DMD.
Why is DuPage
But I
lawn,
went
why is
backwards.
DuPage lawn not in here?
So they're in the packet and they're the exact same information as they're in the, sorry, they're in, I'll make sure they're.
They
exact-
weren't in
they-
this packet. I had to go to last packet to try to pull them up because I remembered they were there.
Again, we just want to be equitable.
And we
If
had,
everybody was taking the time to present, right? We wanna-
and trustee guys, we have emailed, we have called DuPage Lawn, at least I called them twice today. And they didn't return our calls. I know another staffer has emailed them twice. So that.
This is what I found with the spreadsheet here. So tender care with 2117 and 2020, 21. And then 4711, it's a total of $14,620. I'm seeing DMD snows, the proposal that with all of that adds up to $13,749. Okay, then I look at Bear, and that adds up to $21,680. And then when I looked at DuPage Lawn, which was a little bit hard to, I've got $350 per push. I haven't filled in the per push for DMD because we just got that right now. And we never got a per push for tender care or Bear. So I'm hoping that helps a little bit.
It does, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to put that together.
No problem. It was the only, we were comparing apples to oranges.
In light of what Debbie put together, I added a little bit more to it. I
Good.
appreciate all the information because she was actually able to assemble information that was not available on the website. So I used the information that she had. I did temper, the DMD because the DMD has, a flat rate, but they also have an ad for if they're doing salting. It's on an individual salting basis. I added 5. I don't know if that's a good number. You can add or subtract based on that. So I got, what I did is I came up with a season cost because all 3 vendors came up with a season cost. And DMD only came up with a by push. So I put a spreadsheet together for both of those. And then what I did on the back is a graph of the number of events and what the cost would be per event. And I take a look at it.
Make me look bad with
No.
my wow little spreadsheet.
I think that it's, probably take it. On the back, it has a spreadsheet of what the cost is. The red line is the seasonal cost. Or
Go back to the economic classes that we got a freshman in the
and I failed. And it basically, the indication of if you look at the lines on the graph, the gray line is, if we have nothing but light snow, 1 inch, 1 inch or less. And if you go, to medium snow, it's a darker kind of blue and heavy is black, and you can see the intersection is right around 15. The interesting thing is, on average, and you can't ever predict the weather around here, but on average, in Aurora, we have about 17 snow days on average. In Joliet, we have about 12. If you come in around 15, you can actually see where the lines intersect right around 15. So, if it snows more, it's gonna, if it's gonna snow more, it's gonna cost more on a foot push. Obviously, if you see the flat rate, that's the red lines, and you can see where they intersect. And I just want you to understand that there are assumptions that are in here that I just can't. I figured 5 saltings. I don't know if that's an acceptable number or not.
Trustee Geist.
I thought when we talked about it last month, though, that when we discussed it, that we had talked about the fact that it was better to kind of deal with it on a per case basis than taking the risk of an overspend, especially since there is a prediction of a more mild winter.
And if you look at that gray line, the gray line is the projection of expenses if we do it on a per push basis. And that would be with the gray line is all 1 inch or less. That's not, I don't think that's a reasonable assumption to make, but that would be your least cost going in by going on a per push with the only group that made that bid.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Hogan?
I would love it, because I would love to respond.
Yeah, I would just like to know how many of your clients do it that way what percentage of your
I would
business?
say 60-40, 60% would be for the seasonal. They want to ensure their budget will not go over.
Mhm.
3 years ago, we blew their budgets for the people that were per push. They were taking their landscaping, capital improvements, money and putting it over. Last year, the seasonal, like they said, you know what, it's insurance that we don't blow our budget. Everybody pays insurance for their home, their car, don't want to use it. But can I respond also, is that, this is 11.5 for the 21-17 and the 21-21. Well, I have a problem with that. That wasn't his figure in November. That changed. And I documented that. All of a sudden, he's seen my figure. And then he played the game of, ooh. So I have it in the packet where you can see his original he proposed for 21-21 11.5. I proposed 88. All of a sudden, it went online. You said modify the bids. He modified it. So what I did is I put it in the packet also for the seasonal. I beat him by $1. No longer is this bidding. This is like going on eBay. It's bidding. It's an auction. So that's why that my 88 went down to his whatever he put in now, but I minus $1.
Well, even in the cost analysis, you're still less in that, I mean, still the least if we did do that.
But-
he's the only bidder that did a proposal.
And I did that from day one. I was asked by Mr. Wolf in October. And I actually asked him, I said, how would you like a seasonal proposal? Oh, there's other ways. Yes. So usually the client will say, you know what? I deal with a lot of property management companies. We're in the industry, but I deal with a lot of them. Or customers, let's see what it is. We're gonna vote on it. So we'll put it both ways. And people will talk just as yourself. Do we want to take a chance or do we want to just know what our cost is for the year? So it's really where more people are going to the seasonal because they're getting blown out of the water where it's taking their money that they have already budgeted for. And especially homeowners associations is whatnot, they have it for the landscaping, you're changing the gutters, whatever. Then all of a sudden they get a huge expenditure. That's all, you know, they change things around.
I have a question that
Clarify what's-
may be stupid, but so I wrote down here salting included. But then if there's rock salt, that's $2.80 an application. So you'll put regular, could you explain that, what the difference is?
On which
Or
property?
do I have it wrong?
No, is that we don't use rock salt for your walks here,
So you do,
That-
but you do salt them? Is that what's
but
going on?
you're with calcium chloride. It doesn't damage your concrete.
Got it.
Because regular salt will put your concrete. That one of the bids has calcium chloride salt. There's no such thing. That's an ice melt. Where it's salt and calcium chloride. We use strictly straight calcium chloride that we buy right next door. From Farmer Service. They're one of our local suppliers. But when it comes down to say 21-21, the parking lot will be rock salt.
Got it. And that's what you added in to the.
Yes, that's
got it.
rock salt, but not for the walks over there either.
Sorry, I just don't know.
And like I said, is that the other bids do not have a number.
There any other questions or a motion? Or discussion?
Their goal to make us, when making. decisions.
Yes,
Right.
so we need
Really-
to make it
December,
December,
get this
right,
done.
right. We've had a couple of snow events, we don't need any, right?
So, snow removal and maintenance is not my forte. I barely can work my snow blower. I guess I would really like to know what your thoughts are, since you've had the longest experience with maintenance of the properties. I just would like your thoughts on the bids.
I haven't looked at the bids, but Mary, you chime in there.
Oh, yeah, Maria could probably.
I don't think that, in my mind, the amount of snow doesn't make a whole lot of difference. It's how many times you go out, and we go out about the same number of times each.
It all depends on the weather.
Right, I mean, if you're not gonna get a lot of snow, you're gonna get a lot of sleet and ice, and so you gotta go out. You're not getting a lot of snow, But sometimes fighting that sleep is much worse, takes more time. That's my 2 cents.
This is, you're really trying to compare with the way the bids came in, and trying to compare apples with oranges. On total disclosure, I do have a relative that's involved in one of these bids. I don't want to tell people,
That's fair.
to encourage people want to go one way or the other. I put this together, with the help and assistance of, Debbie, clerk. And, I just made a modification on the salting component of it. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's reasonable. I just put it together for your clarification. It was asked that I do that. And
Okay, thank you. Well, I feel like this is a significant expense. And I really appreciate that Mr. Hogan took time to be here to present, to answer questions. To me, it feels like he really is very interested in earning our business.
My recommendation due to responsiveness would be GMD with the package.
I would agree.
So is that a motion?
No, it was a recommendation.
Okay, so do we want to make a motion?
I wanted to hear more discussion. Barry, is he?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here. It's hard to understand what the cost differences are. I don't have the sheets that you've got in front of you. So I think a fixed fee for the season is probably the right strategy rather than a push per like whatever, how many times they come out. I'm hearing what the highway commissioner is saying is, look, you're gonna have to come out anyways. You're gonna get some form of precipitation. So I think to protect the township and at least know what the budget number is gonna be, that we should go with a fixed bid for the season. That would be the position I would go with. I looked through the bids today. I don't have the package that gentleman brought tonight, so I don't know what the modified numbers are. But if that's what we're trying to assess, my opinion would be let's look at a fixed for the season, and that we at least then we know what our investment's going to be or the expense is going to be for that. And I don't know how the different 3 or 4 different bids how they rank based on that strategy. You've got the numbers, like I guess between what the assessor put together and what the clerk put together. It sounds like there's a couple of options that lay out what the different spend is based on who the vendor is that we would go with.
I'm ready to move forward.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to enter contract seasonally with DMG Snow and Ice Management Services for our 2 properties within Lisle Township.
Well,
3. Well, parking.
She got two properties in conjunction with the adjoining property.
Okay.
Still in something.
So it's
For
21.
For the proposed properties, 21, 17, 21, 15, and
21, 15, Ogden, and then 4711 Indiana.
okay. So I would like to, can I start this over? I would like to make a motion to enter into a seasonal contract with DMD Snow and Ice Management Services for 4711 Indiana, 2121 Ogden, and 2115.
17.
2017. My gosh,
Seventeen.
I don't.
Is it?
15,
It's
17,
so-
21 Ogden, and 4711 Indiana.
She said it, yeah.
And she-
I second.
I'd ask her to, and I want to ask the vendor at this particular time. This is a interesting contract because we have the township, which owns a good portion of the property and 60% of that aisle. And we have the adjoining property owner who's not here tonight to either accept it or not. So if we can get it, so the agreement can be accepted in the capacity of having ours done. But if the adjoining property owner agrees to it, we will take the contract as it.
Right. I know the property and I also know the owner next door.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, and any more discussion? And a roll call vote.
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Dice,
Are you doing the parking lot out here?
No, it's
Okay.
only the walks,
Just the sidewalk,
just the sidewalk.
because we're gonna plow the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can do it if you want.
Okay,
Come on.
but we're not paying for it. Okay, I don't know where I'm at.
You
So
were
trustee
Geist.
McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Geist.
Yes.
Trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Robinson,
Yes,
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm supposed to leave now, so if there's anything in particular on the agenda that you need significant legal advice on,
The
if
levy,
you want to move them, oh,
uh,
it's the next one.
it's
then.
the next one. It's just
Okay,
the-
that's fine, I'll wait for that.
We need an attorney who's out here.
Yeah.
It's not fair to them, but it's not fair to us.
So, and again, we are at agenda item number 16. Where discussion and possible action on ordinance number 2023-12, an ordinance levying taxes for all town and community mental health purposes for Lisle Township. For tax year 2023, collectible in 2024.
Before we move forward, I just want to understand where we're at, because it's 9:19. What is the term that we agreed to have an attorney present for our meetings again? What time did that end, 9?
And this isn't, this is a policy of the
This was
firm.
it, yes, this was a
It's not
directive
mine.
from the,
That's not what I asked.
Founding
I
partner.
just asked what time did we agree to again?
9.
9. So if our meeting starts 7:30, we have an hour and a half to try to get through all of the agenda items.
Correct,
Okay.
And-
I just wanted to confirm.
correct. And most townships are well under an hour and a half.
Well.
And so,
That's the
20
goal.
so,
That's the goal.
so
But we made a choice to choose a firm that was not located in the nearby vicinity, and so it puts them in a difficult position. And it puts us in a difficult position, so this was your recommendation, so I want us to be thinking about that as we move forward. All
and
right,
they
let's
are
go ahead.
specialists in township law, which
Yes,
is
but we
extremely
can't
important.
abuse
And
their
thank
time,
you.
But we can't abuse their time,
And
and
our
we need
time
them.
and the community's time.
they choose to be here.
I'm happy.
Thank you. Okay, then back to ordinance number 2023-12.
Would you like me to make a comment at this
Uh,
point?
And Joanne, excuse me, this is the first time that we've levied for a mental health tax. And because of that, we passed the referendum in Lisle Township with 19%. And so this is the first time that this is happening. This was advertised, the amount was advertised in the levy, or sorry, in the advertising for the referendum. And so that was the piece there. When it comes to the town fund, this is under the amount that is needed for a hearing. And the general assistance is properly funded. Are there any other questions or discussion?
My
Clerk
first
Holloway.
question is the 77,000, now where am I, is it here? It was said that 77,000 was a loan repayment. I thought we only authorized 77,000.
We
So I
loaned them
think-
75,000.
75, did I just say 75,000?
That was in the first version of, that was in the version that was, remember you got a corrected version of the levy on
No, no,
Monday.
correct.
And
that
so
was-
there's not a,
Yeah, that shouldn't have been
That's
there.
not
We
there.
actually should have never received that because we all spent so much time looking through that and it wasn't anywhere right. But what I'm speaking to, quite honestly, is on the budget, because
so
you're,
we're talking about the levy.
I get it, but you added the budget that adds up to 1 million. And that is your backup as to why you're asking for $1 million in the levy. That's what you told me, that this budget was the reason why you're asking the taxing, district to pay $1 million. Is that correct?
So there's a budget and there's a needs assessment, and the needs assessment that came from the mental health board is what gives the proof and the validation of the need for the community, from the community. And so that was involved in coming up with a number for $1 million.
Okay, so my question was, the loan repayment. This board lent $75,000 to the mental health board. In the budget, it's saying that they're going to repay $77,000. So that's my question as to why that's a 77,000. That was supposed to be my first easy question.
So I didn't come up at all with the budget for the 708 Mental Health Board. I'm not at all involved with lobbying the members at all. And so Dr. Wright, you're here on behalf of the 708 Mental Health Board, and you just accidentally muted yourself, so I'm unmuting
Is it
you.
just a typo?
So I think that's a typo.
I would just like to say, for all of those who are new to me, I have only been part of the Mental Health Care Board for 3 months, so I'm rather new. And so I am catching up on these things. However, one of the things that I think is important to know is that Naperville has been approved for 800,000, and they're smaller than our township. And so I think that the ask is really appropriate for the size of our community. Now,
I don't think that's the question.
No, it's
That's not the question. There was a discrepancy between 75,000 and 77,000. So we're just asking if it was a typo, just so that we make sure we get it corrected. So I don't know if you could hear the question.
But there's another typo on it. It doesn't put, the subtotal doesn't.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to add. Yeah.
I would just say that I'm too new to know the answer to that question. I apologize.
Are you using a formula on the spreadsheet, Supervisor Hewitt?
I did not do their budget at all. So we're discussing a budget I did not have any input in.
No, Diana Hewitt is like, she doesn't touch our budget at all. So I apologize, because Yosh would know the answer to that question, but he's unavailable for this meeting. And so I'm being sent as a proxy, and there are questions that I'm not going to be able to answer, and I apologize for that.
No, I was just wondering if it was just like, if it was like a spreadsheet that had formula maybe, or if it was manually done, because that could make the number off like that a little bit, so that was that.
I wish I knew.
Yeah.
So that was the easy question. I guess the point with this is it's $1 million. $800,000 you're looking to grant, which means $200,000 is really for admin costs. That's 20% of what we're asking from taxpayers to go to and have a mental health board.
And who is receiving the 200,000 in admin costs?
Well, it's not, it's the loan repayment, it's an administrator for $4,800. It's a grant researcher writer for $10,000, attorney fees, $10,000, some dues for $2,500, and that's part of a mental health through the state. But they want to do a consortium with multiple other 708 boards into Page for $50,000. Advertising and publications for $10,000, travel for $10,000, translation services for $1,000, refreshments for $1,000, and $24,000 in contingency, which is 13.6%. So again, doesn't quite add up, but that, when you look elsewhere, the most I've seen for attorney fees, and I went through all of them that I could, is $4,000. I see no one having the $50,000 with the consortium. I'm not saying this money shouldn't go. I'm really just concerned that you want as much money to go to go to the people who need it. So
Yes.
which leads to the next question, how do you prove that this money is going to Lisle Township residents?
Right,
That's the one question.
because in the
So,
one meeting
Joe,
we went
and,
to, there was something. that-
Trustee Geist, can we let Joe and Dr. Wright answer the question of how it's being proven to go to Lisle Township residents?
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Diane?
Is there, do you all have a plan of how you're planning to make sure that all the funds are going to the care for Lisle Township residents? Like for the RFPs, when they're sent out, there's going to be a requirement to get the addresses of some of the fundees for who they're taking in their funds for, correct?
Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm shuffling my papers, and again, please forgive me for being so new. But I do know that we are using every dollar we possibly can to go to the Lisle Township, like proper. The need is undeniable. We have that. We know that we have a lot of need in the Lisle Township. And I apologize.
50,000, just right off the top of my head, 50,000 that Clerk Polowitz had just said, that she felt was administrative is 100% not administrative. That's what the consortium,
Correct.
which is meant to be for direct care. Actually, it would be if it does work out, which the other townships would be a part of as well. Including the ones that have passed it. This is what's being discussed, is that each of the townships and some of the townships that haven't passed it are even considering joining it. But what it would do potentially would be offering percentages and finances off of care.
So it's a
If it
consortium
is.
with multiple other 708 boards in DuPage County who have their own 708 boards. The one other thing, so we can't really, we're saying that we wanted to go to Lisle Township. Again, we want as much dollars to stay with our residents. And with that, even when you're giving the grants, we're saying 20% of ours is not going directly to people. When you're giving the grants, I'm saying that. You could say no, but I'm saying that because I'm reading what it's saying. But when you're giving the $800,000 away to other places for grants, they're organizations as well who have a percentage that goes to administration as well. So you're cutting into that $800,000 again, if you give it to another organization who also has administration costs, which they do. So it's really important. We can't control what other organizations do, but we can control what our organization does. And this just seems extremely top heavy to me.
And I believe we can control like how much we are going to give to those organizations. So we can put a cap on that. It's not like they can just run willy-nilly and take whatever they want. Like if they're not going to be willing to put a cap on that, then we might not partner with them. So, I think it's a win-win situation where we find organizations that are willing to work with us at a reasonable cap, as well as our being able to work with them.
And
Yeah.
just a side note, I've heard that Addison Township is gonna levy $2 million for their 708 board. They have a much smaller population than we do and a much lower tax base. Trustee Geist.
I don't, Miss Wright, Dr. Wright, I'm sorry.
Dr.
Wright, I don't know that was the answer. I don't know that you were answering the question she was asking, but I'll go further. I was actually at a mental health board a couple months ago. And I do know that there is intention to work in ways that monies would be funneled to other townships. And I just want us to be, if the need exists, if the assessment has identified that the need exists here, I want to keep every dollar in this township.
I think the one thing though, that I think trustee guys might be misunderstanding, there was a discussion at some point of having the township specialize in a certain thing. And this is another option that could happen, is that, say, Lisle Township were to be specializing in preventative care, and other townships specialize in other things. The idea was that if we had a consortium that would allow our township to, people in from our township to receive services at another township because of their specialty, that seemed like a good idea. This hasn't gotten off the ground. It would be years in the future, not definitely in the next years, next likely to happen, but that was, I think, something that you could perhaps be
No, it was
thinking
something else.
about.
But I know where you're, bless you, I know where you're coming from, but it was something else. I'm sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue, but it was something possibly on the COD campus or something like that, whatever it is, whatever the case may be. I want us to be really intentional about keeping the dollars in this township where the monies are being generated from, so.
I 100% agree with that.
To give you an example, once we put a policy in place to have identification in our pantry, it's an amazing thing. We're actually better serving the people who are actually in Lisle Township because we don't have people coming from miles and miles and miles and miles away utilizing those resources. So it's the same thing. We want to be we want everyone to be taken care of, but we want to be taken care of by the resources that exist in their communities where the taxes are being generated for those communities. So that's it. I don't mean to beat it at horse. I mean, I know I did, but I want to impress that.
No, I really appreciate that comment. Thank you very much.
And the township attorney.
I know Ross had told you that his advice was to, he wanted you to levy and you could always abate. So if you found out $1 million was too much, you could always abate and give money back.
Is that on us or is that on the mental health?
It would be
board?
on you because you were passing their levy, so then you would have to abate.
But
They
if
could tell you how
take
much.
this money, if they take this money and they don't use $800,000 for grants, but they decide to use it for something else.
Then you reevaluate. I believe they're supposed to have a written plan. You'd have to ask
Yeah,
Dr. Wright, but I think
that's
they're supposed to do a 12-month written plan of what they're going to be doing with the money. So I think you'll have more information once they get moving.
But they have, should
Yeah.
we have that now?
Yeah,
So they.
if we're gonna
don't
approve
know.
it.
That's all we
This
got
is
was the
Holden,
budget.
because this all came down in the last couple of weeks. It's kind of a gray area, your specific mental health board, not mental health boards in general,
Oh, no.
but your
they've been
referendum.
For that, yeah, they've been in operation.
but
you
the
know,
levy part, the
Well, we
levy
knew the
part.
levy was coming and we
Yes.
said that all along that we wanted backup to know what you're asking for, because I know day 2, they said that they wanted $1 million. They didn't even have bylaws.
Right,
So it's just, and that's fine,
yeah.
but justify it. Do you know
Yeah,
what
no, I
mean?
understand, and I feel like when
And-
they do their budget and things like that, it will
But
become
this is their
justified.
budget.
No, this is their
Here's
levy.
what-
This
well,
is their
this
levy.
Their budget.
I want
I
to
don't-
say
Yes,
that have, like I said, I've been with the board for 3 months. And I believe we have justified it since then. Even though I don't know what happened before I got here, but I do believe that we have justified the $1 million since then.
Real fear here is honestly they're gonna take $1 million and it is not programmed properly or justified properly, and there's gonna be tax objections. Because how do you justify, I mean, even the 800,000
I would
by
be
just
so.
putting it out
I mean,
there?
yes, tax objections can always happen. They do. In my experience, they are typically pennies on the dollar. They may sound awful when they're written. We object to the $1 million because it was inappropriately appropriated for.
But it
and I get-
costs us.
But it's gonna
attorney
cost you,
costs.
it's gonna be like 1/10 of that. It's typically Because it's only the people who are part of the objectors. I've been doing this for 16 years. It's only the people who are part of the tax rate objections
Right.
themselves that get money back, not everybody.
Correct.
Right.
Counselor,
So
are
sure.
you recommending that this board pass this,
Ross is recommending that you
He's
pass the
passing-
levy.
knowing that it doesn't total?
I'm just telling you what I was told today, is that he was
Just wanna make sure
recommending
that's on the record that you're
based on,
Passing.
Ross had
this, that
recommended
doesn't total.
passing the levy as presented, and if need be, you could abate and give the money back.
Even though it doesn't total.
The levy, this isn't the levy, it's the budget that is the first draft of their budget that is not adding up, but that's not the levy.
You don't think it would be wise to postpone this?
I don't think you can. The levy needs to be filed by the last Tuesday in December. And it's tied into your levy, so no.
I'm out of town, I don't know, it gets
What do
really
you think? It is
dicey.
bad, the holidays are
Yeah.
coming. Trustee Robinson, do you have, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, no, we have to file. I mean, we have to file a levy before the end of, to the date that was just referenced. So we either pass it tonight or we ask them to change their budget. And again, that's a budget, it's not the levy. And we gotta have another board meeting to approve it. So, you know,
December
Do
26th.
they have do the trustees have a right to arbitrarily change the levy?
I do
amount?
not believe so.
Yeah, right, I didn't think so either.
No,
I
I
mean,
don't
this is all, sorry to cut you off, I put my hand up. This is also new, I think from the legal point of view and from a board having to approve it point of view. So I think it's awkward. I understand what everyone's saying that,
You would
I'm sorry, I'm gonna, no, please let me finish. I was gonna say thank you. I was gonna say, Dr. Wright, you're the most articulate representative we have had from the mental health board. So I thank you for participating tonight, and I understand your passion and your urgency in being part of this process. We have to approve the levy. I mean, at some level, we have to approve it because our township levy is tied to it as well. So that's sort of where I'm coming down on this.
If you would be more comfortable my leaving the chat, I'm happy to do so.
No, we can't. It's a public meeting, but and you provide
Well,
valuable input.
okay. What would you?
I've been pretty blunt. You don't have to leave.
Oh, boy.
So that's where my position is, and I know the attorney's on overtime to stay with us now. I think we have to do this. I think we have to approve the levy.
Just gonna accept the 1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this, you know, I've had discussion with the supervisor on this as well, and she said, well, that was what was in the referendum that was approved by the township, by the voters. And so, and I've said, is that the number we have to go forward with? And, you know, and that's where I'm looking for legal advice from folks, and that's where the advice is yes at this point. And again, if you're not comfortable with that spend, then there is the abatement process. If it doesn't, if the board has that option at a future date. So thank you for reinforcing that, attorney. Drawing a blank on your name, sorry.
Liz,
When we voted on the mental health,
Liz, thank you.
when we voted
Trustee
on the
Geist.
mental health board, I don't remember having a dollar amount.
It was.
it's a percentage.
It's a
Yeah.
percentage, but in the advertising, which is in your packet, it clearly said what the levy was going to be and what that would mean.
Yeah,
So in the advertising, it was clearly stated that, and then Liz here, attorney, I didn't catch her.
Shine.
Had let us know that, again, the board doesn't really have the ability to change the number of the levy for the mental health board, do they?
No.
So it's not your choice to change that number. The only choice you could do is the abatement if it doesn't work.
okay. So what
So
does that mean? What
that
are you,
means
what are you
well,
saying?
I'm not the lawyer, but I'll put some money down right now. There's not gonna be an abatement. You know, the last time we've ever seen an abatement was by the village back in Gallardi days, you know? Was it after? So, I mean, we never see, it'll never happen. It'll be another use for the money. I just feel it very odd for you, and it's for you, because you are saying okay to $1 million, knowing that their numbers don't add up. And you don't have a good plan of what they're doing, and it's on you because you guys are the ones who need to approve it. So I've said my piece more than I should have. So I just want Lisle Township to get the money, Lisle Township residents to get all the money they can.
Not adding up is a very nice. Not it.
So
just
is
need a
there,
second. We just need-
so.
I will point out,
That's the
that
reason I'm
last
saying.
year's levy that we filed in December didn't qualify as a levy because it was way over the approved taxation. I think the final levy was approved by the board in January.
True.
Not that I'm suggesting you do
That's,
that,
that's. a
but
good point.
that's what happened.
It was amended, and so, but again, we have to file something. And these are the correct numbers, and
What's
there
the date?
isn't,
The filing date is what?
December 26th.
Today's the 11th, so 15
That's
days.
15 days.
Between now and 15, like my kids start coming into town on Saturday, right? So
Girl, you don't got 8 kids.
I got 2.
You got 2.
But neither one of them live by me anymore, right?
I know.
What, I'm just trying to think, what else would the board want? Do you want the budget that has additional information?
Part of the
I-
conversation here.
Sorry?
aren't going to, just so you know, the numbers are likely not going to change. Meaning that these numbers are what they are,
Sounds like the backup information may change.
we can give
but
you
the
more
million-
backup
Okay.
So maybe
information.
pass the levy as it
And you
is,
can
and
get-
then have,
Okay.
yes, and then require them to come in and let's talk about the backup
Okay.
information.
All right,
Okay. That's reasonable.
I'll make a motion then to approve, if you guys are ready?
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-12.
With you.
Levying taxes for all town and community mental health purposes for Lisle Township, DuPage County, Illinois, for the 2023 tax year, collectible in 2024.
But with the understanding
With the,
that he's gonna come in and talk to you.
we will, we are putting the caveat on that. We would like to speak to the chair of the mental health board today. Have them please show us everything.
Okay, and that's the first, trustee Page, is there a second? Second from trustee Geist.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? And Yosh is in California right now, that's why he's not able to be with us. Okay, then roll call vote, please.
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee Geist?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes,
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, the levy has been passed.
Did you want me to call? I have like an hour drive. So did
Sure.
you want me to call in?
Thank you.
I'm on my way home. It's not like I'm gonna be doing anything.
Thank you. Much appreciation.
All right. Yeah, that's perfect too. Yeah.
That way you don't have
Yeah.
to get it.
Yeah. if you can-
thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz Shane.
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to appear here today on behalf of the board, and thank you so much for your vote of confidence. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. There you go.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Okay, then next we have the number 17, discussion and possible action on the paratransit local share agreement. This is a contract that came from Pace. This is boilerplate language. There's nothing in here that we can change. This is what gives people 24/7, seniors and the disabled 24/7, the ability to have rides in DuPage with Pace. And it is also partially subsidized through Naperville, the city, through a grant that has that we've been paying down. And as you can see, there's a spreadsheet that shows the amount of the distribution. So it is a heavily subsidized situation. We only pay per mile for the people that are in our township.
So we either approve the
Trustee
agreement,
Guy, or trustee McGovern.
yeah, what is the action? I mean, what,
If we approve it, then people continue to have PACE ride to page services. If we do not approve it, then all of a sudden, the people that count on this, the people that need a ride to work, the seniors and the disabled, do not have that service anymore.
I would just like some clarification on
This even came up.
whether or not. If.
This
when we
this
have
comes up
PACE,
every year.
Then that allows us to have. Our van too, that van was purchased through the PACE.
It's not purchased, it's leased
Leased,
for
leased,
$100 a month, which is
Okay.
a bargain rate.
And what else is that?
So that covers that
Okay,
as well. If this isn't, again, if this isn't done, then all of that goes away.
I don't think anybody's even suggesting that. We're just trying to.
No,
understand this. I don't remember this coming up for renewal last year.
It
I don't remember.
Comes up every year.
I'm the only one who forgot. I apologize, but I didn't remember us having to do this a year ago. So no one is looking to alter services to our community. We don't need to go there. So we just need a motion or?
Yes, we need a motion to approve this.
Before we do that, is there been any, improvement in the services? People not being left behind, like what accountability do they have? In making sure those services that we are paying for are actually delivered, so we can say, we don't want to cut these services because we want to make sure we're serving our community and we're not putting people in a difficult position with transportation, deficits. But PACE is putting people in difficult positions, and how are we holding them accountable to this service? Like, what's the service level agreement? Like,
So to be clear, they are a monopoly. And it's very difficult to hold a monopoly accountable inherently. And so part of why we have developed our own program with Lisle Township that is extremely popular for those that ride it is that it's very dependable. Joe is, our driver is extremely dependable.
no, I know. we're doing
And so
great
what I'm
job.
saying
Yeah.
is that part of what we're doing to subsidize and make sure that there's a really good service for people in our township is by having the bus that we have through PACE and making sure that we have such such a really great system internally that we can help make sure that doctor's appointments in particular and Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:30, it's a much better
Yeah.
program. So
No, I'm
that's-
proud of our program. That still doesn't answer my question as far as. We're paying for this service with PACE. I understand that you're saying it's a monopoly. I don't know if they appreciate us saying that, but, I guess I still believe that we are in a position to have some expectations for the dollars that we're spending with them.
So every month, there's a group of people from around the county that have agreements with PACE that get together to try to make sure that the services that we're asking for are as good as possible with PACE. And so every month we meet with PACE and their representatives to have feedback. There has been move in feedback. Again, they are the only they are a monopoly. So it's very difficult when you do not have another choice. Meaning that there's not another company that we can go to. We cannot go to Uber, we
that's-
cannot go to
Yeah.
other companies that don't have this service. So
Those
this
are
is,
statements of the obvious. We know we don't have any other choice. I get that. I'm just still asking, what steps are you taking in these meetings that you're mentioning that you're going to help make sure that processes are improving for our community that is using the services that our tax dollars are funding?
so for example, one of the improvements that we've made and we've gotten together as supervisors and the county has helped to organize their GPS and their technology to make sure that anything that can be done to make sure that our billing is more accurate and that our pickups are more accurate has been done. That was one piece that we did. We've met at least twice together as supervisors and with the county to try to ensure better ridership.
Good.
We have again worked on complaints. We deal with complaints on the daily. We run them up the pole, and again, at the monthly meetings, we work together with every time that we have a monthly meeting, there's one person or two people from PACE there to answer our questions and to help us along. So there's a
So it's
monthly,
improving, would you say? Would you say it's improving?
yes, it's just
That's- I
that
think
again,
that's important
PACE
to
does
know,
not
right?
have, the basic issue is not enough drivers with PACE. And so and the complaints are endless. So that's why it's really important that we have another bus and decide that we want to make sure that we can grow our program. Is there anything else, trustee Geist, or any
No,
other
I just wanna
discussion?
make sure we're continuing to keep our expectations, you know, so. Whether they're a monopoly or not, I don't think it's unreasonable to press them with expectations so that our citizens are not abandoned and left in the cold before, after doctor's appointments. I would want a commitment of that. And actually, to be honest with you, I would love to be invited to the next meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other discussion?
Yes, so, I'm looking at last month, I'm trying to figure out, number one, how much do we actually pay for this? That's number one. Number two is, how many riders do we really utilize for how many riders from Lisle Township utilize this service? So I'm seeing this as an aggregate, you know, for Naperville Partners, which is city of Naperville, which is kind of half of Lisle Township, Wheatland Township, Naperville Township. I'm looking at last month's because we didn't get this month's. I see PACE, our budget for PACE, no, I'm not seeing it, but it's 140,000. So is that for this? So out of the local share of $207, $207,760, our part of that is 140.
So that's what we have budgeted. We very much are likely not to pay that exact number.
Well, we already paid 840, and we still have months to go to March. So, yeah, I would think that we will.
And we needed to amend that partially because anytime with PACE, we are at least 3 months behind before we get a bill. Meaning
yeah.
that we do not get billed, like if it's December, we just got October's bill.
So are you saying 140 is low?
I'm saying that what happened was, and we discussed this in the budget when we were going through the budget, that when we passed the budget, there were at least 4 or 5 months behind in billing us.
Got it.
So
But
when we,
They are every year, so it doesn't matter if it's this year or next year, they're just always late, so the number is the number every year.
no, it's a different
No?
number sometimes of how much they're behind in sending us their bills. And so at the beginning of this fiscal year, they were behind more than normal in sending us their bills. So there was a lot more months that needed to be accounted for. And we've again discussed this, I'm pretty sure, in the budget discussions that had been going on.
And that's why we put 140. So where's the other PACE, you know, our other system? How much are we paying for the other system?
There
The-
isn't-
the driver, right? The driver, the assistant, and then we're paying 140 budget for here, and the gas, you know, and then how many riders? All right, we could count ours, but where's the list? They say in the packet, because I read it, that they keep a list of it. Do they send you the list of people who ride it?
So here's where we're at, is that a lot of days we're getting more and more days when we are booked. Meaning that we can only take 15, we have one driver who can only take
I'm not
15
talking about-
rides.
I'm talking
Okay.
about
PACE.
the PACE partnership. How many riders do we have from Lisle Township?
Okay, I don't have that number right off the top of my
I think it would be
fingertips. I
helpful.
can get
We
you
kinda
that.
need to know that. How
Um,
much is this costing us? Because we're subsidizing this.
Yes,
Right,
we
because
are.
if we
for
have
the most-
less patrons riding than say the other townships that we're sharing this expense with, we probably need to make it more equitable.
We happen to have somebody in the room that could probably get us that information.
Oh,
Could
who's it?
you do that?
Oh,
Or do you have that information? Okay, then if we
Well,
want to take a
here's an
break,
idea.
if you all want to take a break and maybe use the restroom,
That'd be great.
I can get you that information in a few
And
minutes.
just, I don't apologize,
But-
I
I
just
think
think
it's
that
good,
it's
it's good,
important.
it is important to know, because if we're
This is
paying
a
more
lot
than
of
our
money.
share, yeah, no, if we're paying more than our share, it's important to know.
There
right?
is no way that we are paying more than our share in any way, shape, or
But we
form.
don't know that if we don't know how many riders
We
we
just
have.
need to.
We have hundreds of riders, and if you want the
Well,
detailed
well,
information,
okay,
you,
hundreds
if
of
you wish,
riders.
we do. If you
Well,
wish
okay.
that information, again, we
Yeah.
can take a break for 5 minutes. This is 2.5 hours in,
Yeah.
and I can get you that information.
I think
Would
it's
you
just
like to do
helpful,
that?
just, I think we wanna make informed decisions, it's hard to make a decision if we don't really know. And we've been wrong about numbers before, we have, I mean, we've learned that, right? So I think it's better to know.
It's
Sure, we have
$700 a
hundreds of
rider.
riders, and again, we have I could have had all this prepared if you had, if I had known ahead of time that you'd wish this information.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take offense to that because you brought this contract to us now that's supposed to be signed by December 31st with no backup to it. You know, it's not like you brought it last month and then we say, hey, we need this. You brought this, the 11th hour, but there's no backup. Do you not think we're gonna ask how many riders? How much does this cost? Or are they just supposed to sign it? So you can't say you didn't know that we were gonna ask. You should know that you need to show us what the past year has been. Am I wrong?
No.
So we formerly had an operation manager that could have
Oh,
easily
What's
switched some of this. And again, I got this contract a few weeks ago before I haven't had a whole lot of time to get a whole lot of information, and this has not been dropped on anyone last minute. It's been in the packet for days.
I'd like to make a motion to make a 5-minute recess.
I'll second.
Great. We'll have a 5-minute recess. So in average, it's about $9,000 a month for our bills. And then in our ridership, we have about 400 people that are registered to be riders. I can get you more exact numbers tomorrow, but we have at the minimum 400 people that monthly require either whether it's ride to work, whether it's help getting to their doctor's appointments, or what have you not.
You just said 400 registered, correct?
Yeah,
You
I
did
was
not
asking
say
for
400
clarification.
riders. You said
Right.
400 people are registered, but we don't know how many of those 400 people are getting rides every month.
Because some people
correct?
just are registered from a different time in their life,
Right.
maybe when they didn't have transportation. Some people are just registered in case they ever need the transportation, right?
Correct. So we're billed in a per mile, per trip situation. Every bill that we are heavily subsidized from a grant from the city of Naperville.
Okay.
So it's about 30% of our costs are subsidized.
Okay, but
So
you'll be able to tell us how many riders. The miles we
can-
don't care about, but you'll tell us how many riders, right?
sure,
Okay.
So in
And-
the 108 though, again, we're at 111 last month. And we budgeted 140, so that's what we're expecting this year. And whether or not it's 3 months or 4 months.
and it's
gonna
got
be
about
close.
8,000 a month.
You
And,
said 9,
or sorry, about 9,000 a month.
but that's 108, we already went over that.
Mhm. And we need to, that was a part of one of the things that we're gonna have to discuss in a budget that we need to amend. There's
do
a
you
number of
understand what
line
I'm saying,
items.
How the numbers are.
In the budget that
There's a
has to
number
go.
of issues with the budget that we currently have that need to be addressed, including
Does Gary?
past. Yes, trustee Robinson understands that.
Obviously.
We didn't, as we know, when we passed the last budget, we didn't change for a number of pieces. That we need to amend.
But this is one of the reasons why we had to make the decisions that we made. In the decisions that we made, so that people understand that, because I think that that's a piece that's been unclear, right? So when we have to keep amending the budget because there's expenses that we've overspent, then people have to understand that's why we have to make cuts when we have to make cuts. It's not because we want to, it's not because, you know, we want to be impactful in a negative way. It's because this right here is a perfect example. It's unfortunate that the people who are the most vocal aren't here to hear those parts, but that's okay.
So again, we did not overspend in any way, shape or form. We do not create the spend for PACE. What happens with this is the riders themselves are partially what we are subsidizing. So this isn't our spend, and any of the pieces in the budget, none of them are because of, they're because of choices that have been made by the board for those spends. Nothing has been spent without having that approval. Trustee Robinson?
Well, I'm gonna speak to this more fully in item 21. So I could talk about the different budget lines, where we are, why they are what they are, and what decisions we have to make to get spending under control for the rest of the fiscal and then into the next fiscal as well. So that's part of what we're going to talk about in item 21. So that's why it's on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And that's great, but you're saying, I'm gonna say it one more time. You're saying that it costs $108,000. However, we're already at $111,000. We have months to go and the budget's at $140,000, which we're clearly gonna hit, if not go over. So the $108,000 is not right. I don't know where, I mean, you said $9,000 a month, that's $108,000, right?
No, 9,000 a month for 3 months?
For 12 months.
Oh, 12.
That's $108,000.
So
So,
108 times 3.
There's 4 months left.
wait,
There's 4
what
months
I'm
left.
saying
Or 3
is,
months.
what I'm saying is $9,000 times 12 months is 108. We're not even there. We're not even at 12 months in our budget and we're already at $111,000.
So, but 9 times 3, because we've got 3 months,
Okay,
right? So
3
that's
more
20,
months.
So it's 20.
No, 4 because December, because this is November.
Oh, that doesn't include them, okay.
No,
So, okay, 36,000 on top of the 108. So where are we at then? So that's
That's
one.
over 140. So their budget is pretty right. And that's for the PACE bus. That's for this. I don't know where our bus is. There looks to be $13,000 worth of gas in it. I know we have a driver and we have the assistant for it too. So that's also cost. So, we now know that there's 400 registered riders, but we don't know how many riders there really are. Or how many are we serving? I mean, we could even take the 400. I know someone who's really good at this. Divided by 400. We're paying $350 a rider for the year.
So, and understand that these programs help people keep healthy by going to the doctor. They help people keep their job. They help people.
Emphasis of emotion at the expense of logic. We all already get that. You keep saying that like we're trying to take something away or hurt people. That's not the question. We're just trying to understand the cost. Let's just stick with the cost.
Yeah.
Let's just stick with the facts of cost, not who it's helping. No, what is the cost? That's all we're trying to.
I'm not even saying we
So
shouldn't
it's 3.
subsidize it, but
That's
we
right.
should be aware.
Exactly. She's not saying that. But so for you to add that makes it look like she's being controversial and she's not. So it's coming out to $353 a rider, right?
That's what it seems
And
like.
so what you're saying is that the most cost-effective solution? You're just asking. It's just a question. It's not a judgment. It's not a decision. It's a question. That's why it's called a discussion. And that's why we're discussing. So, no, we have to stop. Every time we have a question, it's, well, we're taking care of people. Stop. We already know that. We want to take care of people. That's why we're sitting here. We just need to understand numbers.
Okay,
So,
and again, what happened in sometime in the summer was that we were billed 6 months late.
this is
so-
the problem though, right? Yeah.
But we can't control when we were billed 6 months late because Pace didn't bill us.
So, but you're having these monthly meetings, and in these monthly meetings are you guys coming to the table and saying, hey, you're kind of billing us? Go be forceful, unite, like, hey, we need these bills done in a timely manner. It is impacting our ability to properly budget
We do,
and to be dutiful with our taxpayers.
we do.
We cannot control what they do. We can only control what we do and how we react. Are we accepting of this?
Right.
Then sign the agreement. If we're not accepting of this, maybe, I don't know if it gets renegotiated or get some information, so you're okay to sign it.
When is the next
Or-
meeting?
Pace meeting?
In a few weeks.
Like, what's the date?
It's in a few weeks. I can get that to you as soon as, I mean, I can't be on my email and switching up at the exact same time. So it is in a few weeks. I can send you the notice. And
Well, I
again,
just
we
need to make a
cannot,
difference in what we're deciding. That's why I was asking. So,
it's in a few weeks. Again, if we don't sign this, the program will soon come to an end.
At the end of the year, December 31st.
Does that mean we lose our bus too?
Yes,
So the bus is tied to
Yes.
this program?
It is
Absolutely tied
Pace.
to it.
It is
I know it's
loaned and
Pace.
leased from Pace.
Are we able to rent the bus on its own?
No,
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
even
not.
for more money.
not at all.
I'm asking.
It's not
every
possible.
which way.
and I don't even know how big is the bus? Supervisor, how many
It seats 10
So is it like one of those like,
potentially.
like the kind
It's a
of bus?
paratransit bus, so it has a lift, it has various components that can be changed around for the situation and the need.
Well, we certainly don't want to impede our community's ability to be transported. And this is a 1-year contract.
Yes, they all are.
Prior boards have gone through the same.
Mm-hmm. It's just what it is.
And
Like to make a motion to approve the paratransit local share agreement with Pace.
I'll second.
Thank you, thank you, trustee McGovern and trustee Page. Any other discussion?
I
And
think
a
we
roll
do
call.
need the data so we can make a better decision.
Yes, we'll study this over the next year.
We're not gonna get it for a year.
Yeah.
Till December next year.
Should get a monthly report as part of our board packet. I think it should be part of the transportation committee. The transportation function to report it.
Okay, we will do so. Then roll call vote, please.
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Guys,
Yeah.
trustee Robinson,
Yes,
trustee Hewitt.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be quiet. now.
Okay, next is agenda item
It doesn't matter.
18, discussion and possible action on the bid for the refrigerated truck. The only reason why the attorney was involved with this and wanted to make sure that this was done was because we needed to make sure that you all agreed to the specific bids that we're trying to go out and to the process that we're trying to do. And he didn't spend a whole lot of time on this, but he needed, and we needed to make sure that we were all on the same page with the process, the exact process that is planning to be done so that we can do it. If we don't agree to the process and to who's doing what in these details, then it won't be done. And so that's why we're bringing this up in the meeting so that we can be all on the same page. And make sure that all of the details are agreed to with what we're looking for, with the exact timeline of this, when it would go out. The intention of this is to be a free vehicle from ARPA spending, from the ARPA grant. And so, again, this wouldn't have to be bought until we had already received the grant approval. So the understanding is that we would know whether we had the money from ARPA before this would ever be bought.
So just the bid sealed envelopes.
Right, but there's the timeline in here, the details of what we're trying to do, what kind of vehicle we're trying to buy. Who would be the mechanic that would be looking over that? Is something that we need to agree to. And who would be receiving the bids? We have the clerk here receiving the bids. And it would start 5 days from, it would start December 20th.
When you say who would be the mechanic, what does that mean? You have to choose a mechanic to service it?
So in here, and this is one of the pieces, is that it's not who to service it, but would be who to look this over. So
Used truck or?
it's definitely going to be a used truck. Because of the truck industry, we can't even get a bid on a truck right now that's new without it being 2 years out. And it was that we weren't even able to get like real numbers. Last time we got a bid, it was 275,000 or 215,000. It was ridiculous.
So I'm gonna just throw an idea out. Obviously, other townships have trucks. So wouldn't it make sense to utilize resources that already exist that have already been vetted?
So what we're trying
To
to
have the
do,
truck, to have the truck reviewed, to have the truck checked.
so,
Should we ask them?
so, again, yes, other townships, of course, have bought trucks. We have our highway commissioner here who has bought trucks.
Do you have a mechanic who can look over the truck?
But-
Is that you?
No,
Okay, I can do a lot of things.
Okay, not every.
well, you can do a little bit, but, we would not be familiar with the refrigeration. Or the insulation, so, I mean, we could probably get something.
I guess what I'm saying is, we need to be working with each other and utilizing the resources that we have within our knowledge share, you know what I mean, instead of always like looking on the outside. Let's turn inward and work, you know, if we really wanna be working as a team and we wanna be collaborative, like, instead of saying, we gotta find somebody. Ed, do you have someone, do you have some recommendations? Or contact another township's, you know, supervisor's office, and let's do that. I just think that that's really gonna be important, and it just puts in a better position to be using services that somebody's already had a good experience with.
I think there may be a different way to purchase such a truck. One, there's co-op that you can use as opposed to one out the bid. And I think you could find an individual who works with Sourcewell, who's probably the largest organization that has this system, and say, I need a refrigerator truck. I need this size, because I'm not sure your specifications, it seems kind of broad with respect to. Well, I don't think you have any of what kind of refrigeration unit you need in there. Right. And I think there's different levels.
we're trying to be pretty open, but yet specific, meaning that we're not looking to have it separately, have it come from a separate fuel source or electric source. We're trying to make sure that it's
So what
one.
level of coolant do you want in the rent?
We
Do
don't
you want
want,
to go to freezing?
no, it just has
Wow,
to.
See, that's not specified.
Okay, and this is why we're trying to make sure that everybody is you're right, but we also wanted to have the flexibility if we found a used truck that already had the refrigeration unit that does go to freezing, that we could purchase it. Basically, we're trying to have an more open, not more open, but we have gone to Sourcewell. They haven't given us any bid information. They said that basically there's a shortage, and there is very much a shortage of refrigerated trucks right now. So because of that, the only place that we have found any refrigerated trucks after a year and a half of looking is Ryder. And Ryder has a whole lot of refrigerated trucks that are used that we can find nationally. They can be brought to Bolingbrook, which is close enough that we wouldn't have to go elsewhere to pick it up. There's a service center in Bolingbrook that they could be brought to. So that was the main vendor that we found that had any used refrigerated trucks. That would be what we were looking for, with a dock level lift gate that could do what we were needing to do.
Did you say Sourcewell didn't have access to refrigerator trucks, or did you just didn't get a hold of somebody who could help?
No, we fully got a hold of them and they did not have any trucks. I haven't gone back to them since the last time we looked extensively. For 2 months, we've done this. This is our third time looking for a truck. And so we went to them twice before, joined the consortium and tried to figure out if there was any options with Sourcewell. We did not find any the first 2 times that we looked. If it's changed in the last 6 months, the last time we looked was in the summer.
No, I'm sure it hasn't, but, dealing with Sourcewell as opposed to dealing with a local dealer who deals with Sourcewell.
We went to Sourcewell.
Yeah, but if you're dealing, who's the guy in Indiana? You buy the plows. Daryl. If you go to Daryl, he'll keep his finger on the market and he may not get a new one, but he might. He comes up with strange stuff. And also when if you have him retained, when the used one comes up and he knows value. That's what he does. He'll let you know. But that's a local guy, and I don't know whether that would work. I don't know whether he even does refrigerator.
Well, we'd love to have his contact information and see what kind of information or context he could have. This is something great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But in the end, the discussion is still on the table of whether we're approving the purchase, right?
He would
No.
still be a bid, right?
Right.
No, it's just a
just a
bid.
bid.
Right now,
Bidding process.
we're just
So that's good.
discussing the details of what we're trying to
Okay,
bid.
good.
I'll make a motion to accept bids for refrigerated trucks.
I'll second.
And we're at the discussion point, and so any details in here, I'm just trying to pin down whether we have any changes in any details and any of the timing.
Well, do you
Any of
really
the-
wanna open bids on a Saturday, January
Yeah.
20th?
We can change that.
I probably won't be here the following week after that.
Okay, so do we want to move it back a week? So do you want to say,
I mean, all you
Starting
have
the
to do
first
is
week
like
of
the
January?
19th.
so
We could publish it the 19th and we have let me just double check.
yeah, the 19th to,
I mean, is this a really tough time of year for them to?
I
be
think it's a
pulling
tough time
things
to expect people
together?
to turn around bids right for a holiday. It's crazy time.
Yeah.
Why don't you
January
start in
1?
January?
Should we
January.
start?
When
in
are you gonna
January?
know about the grant money?
the application is due tomorrow. And I expect that they usually, this is a part of the grant. And so they usually have it weeks.
So why don't you start this bidding process the first, like the second week of January?
How long do you have, once you, assume you get awarded the grant in 2 weeks? How long do you have to spend it?
We have until April 2024, so we don't have a lot of time. So that's where there is an impetus to get going.
Right, but you're not gonna have much traction right before the holiday.
So
Most people are
January
gonna-
1 is a good time to start.
January
Do
2nd.
January
And
2.
then February 2nd would be a Friday,
Mhm.
and that makes a lot of sense.
So
Is that-
January 2 to February 2.
You guys are proficient with bids. Does that sound okay, January 2nd? Okay,
Okay, great.
So we can change the dates, and then do we want to have anybody in particular look over anything? I'm just trying to say in any of these details, do we have any changes?
if you don't, again, if you don't
Or we
get
can-
the,
If we don't,
if you don't get the grant.
It
Is,
doesn't matter.
is this,
Right.
this
Just
is
bid.
just to go for grant.
Question though, I don't think, is it proper for us to post these bids? Can we keep these bids?
so here's what happened with the snow situation.
Right,
Is that we went to the meeting and assumed we didn't post them until they were all collected. And so when when it was postponed, that motion, that decision was postponed, well, everybody knew at that point. So that's the point. And then the next month, so my point is everybody knew at that point. None of this wouldn't be an issue if it's already gonna be, they're all gonna be sealed.
I know, I just don't think it's fair to. I don't know, for people to be able to see, I don't know, what if they're bidding something, a different price in another township and then they see, I think we put people in a tough position.
The
Ed's very
issue,
proficient at this.
the issue was, again, is that we postponed the decision, and so it became public, and then after it was public, that's
But it
when
would be
all of
public
this.
regardless, it would have been public, whether we postpone or not, it was still in that packet. What I'm saying is, should
But
the
they
bid
didn't
be in a
change.
packet, should it be an executive session discussion?
No,
No,
explain.
Go ahead.
you get to seal bids, but I think we're gonna have a problem getting sealed bids because what am I bidding? What am I gonna supply? You know, there's all sorts of different refrigeration units. So it's a completely different unit if I'm gonna keep food frozen. Or I'm gonna keep food cool, and the insulation is gonna be different.
Well, it's just cool, because it's just going from the grocery stores to the township.
Well, then I think you gotta delineate that more clearly.
So we can add in specifically for a refrigeration unit. The reason why we would probably prefer a refrigeration unit is because there's times when having food in a freezer hurts and destroys the food. So, and part of this is that we need to have extra capacity so that when we go to Addison to go pick up and rescue food, we can not come right back because we have to, because the food is from a temperature safety perspective, or because we've run out of room, which happens a lot. So if we had extra capacity so that we're not going back and forth to Addison, a lot of our food donation rescue is at 20 miles away, one way. So refrigeration is what we would prefer as opposed to freezing. So could we agree to a refrigeration unit as opposed to a freezer?
Yeah, I think we're already on board with the refrigerated truck.
Okay,
Well, I think you could find some sort of industry standards if you want the temperature, or I'm sure they have classification, the type of refrigeration.
Or again, other townships may have a refrigerated truck and you can use their specs.
But you're still gonna get, here I've got a 22, and here I got an 18.
right. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you,
I don't know.
that's the, you're gonna ask
We can.
somebody in the,
negotiate that.
huh?
We just need to get this started.
Yeah.
But I
Just-
do you
just
want
get
to,
through.
basically what Ed is saying is, do you all want to define how many feet that we want this truck to be?
How would we possibly know
Yes.
that?
And if availability is so
It's
slim.
between 20 and 24.
So say that,
We do, we said that,
I
we said that.
think what you said there is okay for the other things, but the refrigeration unit, the age.
Okay, do we
And
want
age, I
to,
don't know what the hell you.
do we want to go with age and mileage and determine what kind of age and mileage we want on the vehicle?
I don't know what's gonna be available.
And there's a lack of, there's generally been a lack of availability of units. That's been the
Right.
general issue, is a
So
lack of
we can't be
availability.
picky. Right now, we just have to find the lowest mileage within a certain year of range and with the feed that you said. So that's where you gotta start.
Okay, that's what we've done and that's
That's
what
where
we
we
will
start.
do. So, we have a first and a second, and we have the discussion, and can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Geis,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Oh,
Yes, thank you.
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes,
But this, I mean.
okay, thank you.
That's a good point.
Marty's bringing up a good point. He said you have to be careful too in the classification that your specs are fine. Because the specification of the truck will determine whether you need a CDL to drive it.
We fully declare that it has to be under 24,000 pounds,
Okay.
so that it
I
is
didn't want to
fully,
speak.
it is not gonna require a CDL. We very much realize that we should not have a CDL required truck. So we understood that it'd be about 2 tons of food in there, perhaps. And then we would be able to, because
Okay, great.
26,000 is the max, so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then next is the ARPA grant applications. There's gonna be 4 applications that would be submitted for the ARPA grant. Some of the things that we had previously discussed aren't able to be submitted because they aren't covered. And that's what I wanted to determine was what would be covered and what couldn't be covered. So the refrigerated truck is the main piece that we're trying to buy. 2 freezers and a refrigerator is the second piece, that we need to buy. We have 2 freezers that are on their last legs. And 1 refrigerator that would be see-through so that we could see as well. We have a higher need for capacity of refrigeration and freezing. We did run out of space for our turkeys this year. So it would be helpful to have more space for freezers and refrigeration. From technology, as we've been discussing, having some of our receipts paid for, whether it's having and potentially having a volunteer software program, it's called Betterment. The scanners that we've bought, the paper and what have you not for the technology update that we've already done would be helpful. Shelves we've already increased our capacity by 25% for food. We could increase our capacity by 50% more by putting in proper or more shelves, especially in the room right now. In the room was added after the original building. So the room where right now the breads and the produce are in. If we change that from having tables to having shelves, we could really increase our capacity. So we've needed, and we could also increase the ability to have other items that would be needed in the food pantry. All of these would be known whether we would get the funding before they would be purchased. So they would be, and we're submitting them without putting any money in ourselves. If you want us to change that and put in money ourselves, we can do that. But they would be intentioned to be covered completely by the ARPA grant.
Okay, so just need to make a motion.
We don't even, I'm just giving you this information. It wasn't even,
But we're on board with how the.
Yeah.
grant would be.
okay,
I'm on board with
so
that.
can we get a motion then? That you, this
I
isn't
would
even needing, actually, this isn't even needing a motion.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you're on board and we're trying to keep you updated.
Yeah, let's go on next one.
Okay, 20 is discussion and possible action on the various locations and various funds, locations, investment policy. And I would say that this could be a discussion put on a finance committee, but we need to, there's a variety of different funds that we have that need to have a discussion as to the return on investment of the current interest rates, whether it's a CD, whether it's the places where, and again, we've had this discussion several times, and we can transfer this again to the financial committee to have at a later time, but it would be really helpful to do this sooner than later. And so I'm just bringing this up that again, we have discussed this and we have, it would be really helpful to have an investment policy. Okay, is there any other questions or discussion on that?
An investment policy, has that been in place ever within the township?
I think that there isn't one that I found currently.
I don't think that's something. that
Why do we
could
need a
because-
policy then? We have $230,000 sitting making no money.
Yeah.
At a time when we've got banks paying 5+ % interest rates on CDs.
Yeah, why isn't it sitting?
It
This is
fluctuates.
literally leaving money sitting on the table at a time when we are desperate. We need to get that under.
You usually have an investment policy if you have multiple people managing your money. And then you give them instruction of what your caps are and what their, this is not for an investment policy. They just,
Right.
they had said months ago to put it back into the CD. And
Right.
it hasn't, so this is why, I don't even think it needs a motion, but it hasn't gone back into a CD. So they
Yeah, why is
said they
that?
felt that they needed it to make a motion to have you put it in a CD.
So again, we've
It's not more difficult
So
than that.
here's what happened. The last time when we were looking for CDs at that time, we didn't have the interest. We couldn't find a single place that had the interest rates that we were looking for. That was about a year ago. And at that time, I said that we had a variety of other funds that we needed to discuss and transfer and what have you not. There's been a lot going on within the township. And again, I thought maybe trustee Robinson wanted to take some more initiative on that one. And so I will again say that we have, and I can do the work to make sure that all of the CD options are available for next month's budget. There is at least 3 options that we have to discuss. So we can again go there, but it usually is, and what we were recommended was to have an investment policy as well. So and it sounds like we're likely to have a financial committee meeting coming up. So if this could be deferred to that point, that would be a good time to again go over that. Trustee Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is how do you want to ladder your funds, right? I mean, you're talking about 230,000, but presumably the township has more than that. And you look at, how much do you put in for 6 months? How much you put in for a year? How do you want to make sure the money rolls out at a certain time? So I think that's sort of what the policy that we're talking about. I fully appreciate concerns about one set of funds that haven't been invested for some time. But I do align with the supervisor on this. I think let's talk about what we're going to do with the funds, when we think we're going to need them, and when they're going to roll out as CDs. So I think that requires a bit of planning. Because presumably the township has more than $230,000, right? I mean, where else is it right now?
Trustee Robinson, that was the 230,000 that was taken out of a CD that the trustees had said, put those $230,000 back into a CD. Because no one told you to take it out of a CD.
Correct.
So I understand
It
that you
wasn't-
want to do a whole, it's admirable and I get it. You want to know where everything's at, but this was a specific measure of something that was done wrong that they were trying to fix, to put back right. Is that not right?
Paulowitz,
correct.
you seem to
I
misspoke in that,
misspoke.
yes,
You're
because
the one who took it out of the bank, but I misspoke.
I did not
Okay.
take it out of the bank. It came due. And so that's not like I
Supposed to
took,
put it back in.
I didn't withdraw the money and
You're supposed to put it
could
right.
not roll it over. That was not
Right back in.
possible. That was not possible.
Every other supervisor did that.
We did not have that option at that time because they would not take it.
Oh,
They did not have a CD that was at all a good investment at the time.
Wait, so would they not take the money or was there just not a good investment? That's 2 very different scenarios. So I just want to make sure I understand. So I don't ask you this question again.
We couldn't just roll it over. They didn't offer us another CD at anything of a rate that was reasonable. So again, we took it out and we had every intention of investing one again as soon as we found another one. And
Who's we and who's working on that? The accountant?
I don't know if the accountant is.
Well, when you say we are working on it, who is working on it? Who discovered that there wasn't a solution and who is continuing to follow it? Like who's
This happened under the former financial director, where it came due and where all of those decisions were made.
not a year.
And again, in the first part of this year, I mentioned that we needed to have a discussion on this and we had shopped around for some CDs. And it didn't come up until in the last, 5 or 6 months, that interest rates changed. Again, I thought that we would have a policy and this would move along faster. And I'm just bringing this up as something that
We don't need a policy to move this along faster.
And how much is the 230,000 earning right now?
The idea of putting a policy together, I understand the concept behind it, but the idea of putting a policy together and then going out to try to find an instrument that fits that policy is nonsensical, at
Agreed.
least in my opinion. Historically, what we've had is we've had people go out locally and search what's available and come back and report to the trustees and say, based on the timeframes and the yields that can be garnered, depending on what's out there, then the trustees can then come around and say, go. This is the best investment for what we can get for this particular time period that fits our agenda. It doesn't, in my opinion, historically, we never had a policy like that.
All right.
And
Supervisor Hewitt, can you get some rates, or you and I meet and get some rates and present them back to the board?
Yes, and there's,
Okay.
okay, then moving on to
We said. So one of the things I would like to see us do better in 2024, and this would be a great moment to do that, is actually set due dates. Of when something is expected to be due. So what happens is we're like, hey, will you work on it? Then the next meeting, hey, did that get worked on? Oh, no, what happened? I don't know. Let's set due dates. Let's actually set some real expectations so that we actually are making traction and actually getting things done. So you two are gonna meet, but I would like to know by the next meeting, I think it's reasonable to have options on the table by the January meeting so that we can get that money rolled into a interest-bearing solution.
trustee
Yeah,
guys.
agree completely.
Said by the next meeting. Okay, then moving on to discussion and possible action on timing of the amended budget for 2023-2024.
So let's talk. Go ahead.
Just
Let's talk about where we are right now. So we know that there are at least 6 budget lines that we are or will exceed what was budgeted and what was in the appropriations document. So I can walk through those. We have to meet as a group and agree what those numbers should be. Now, there's a number of factors that are going to affect those numbers, and I want to talk about those because I think there has to be other meetings to help us come up with those. So I'll tell you, at the top line, we know that there's going to be an additional $15,000 required for the building insurance. We just got that invoice from Connor and Gallagher. So we budgeted 34. That came in at about 46. So I know we're going to have to go up at least 50, I would say 15,000 to be on the safe side.
But two cuts that
we're
I'm
just
sorry,
talking
say
about,
again?
we contribute to insurance of employees.
no, this,
No, this is building and facilities.
Apologize.
No problem. I wasn't clear. This has to, yeah, but that does come through Coniger and Gallagher as well. The other is our administration costs. This is where we have spent money for accounting fees. We still owe 32,000 through some number to NIU. I don't think they've invoiced us for that yet. I haven't seen it yet. So our budget was 115,000. We've already spent 78 plus that, whatever we owe to NIU. So that effectively has all been spent. And this is as of November the 4th. This doesn't include the numbers for the last. So we're going to have to figure out, we have to get our accounting spend down significantly. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later as well, as to what that number looks like. The other number, I think we have some opportunities to save some money. We have a reduction in our lease expenses because we bought 2121. I'm going to propose some things that the supervisor will have to talk to with the whole board. I think we can look for some savings by possibly not doing a second newsletter this year. That's going to save us some money. The biggest expense, and let me just talk about this, has been legal. We have already spent $120,000 this year against a budget of 85,000. And I went to each one, and I've talked to each one of our firms, and I said, how do we get this under control? They first told me to expect to spend 10 to 15,000 a month for legal services. And I think that's consistent with the bills that we've got. And we've got an issue, and I think Mr. Galloway spoke to it. We have 2 attorney firms right now. And I spoke to both of them, and I said, what can we do as a board to get these costs under control? and they gave me three, sorry, go ahead.
We don't have two firms.
Sorry,
Well, no,
trustee Robinson was,
but we don't have two firms, so it's not
Speaking.
fair to say. We don't have two firms that we're working with.
yes, you
And,
do.
and, no, we're not.
You have
we don't-
Ansel and Glink for the trustees, and there's,
She's not billing like this.
you just got a
this situation-
$7,000 bill for
This
Ansel and
situation
Glink.
right here, are we
Glink.
paying for their travel to and from? Are we paying for the time to and from?
No, we're not. So Ansel and Glink just gave us a $7,000 bill.
Actually, the representative from Anson and Glink was the one who said, I can't give you, I'm not comfortable giving you an estimate because I'm not sure what else has to be dealt with in the township. So let me just position that. That's Ansel and Glink. I heard from the Seckler's firm that he figures it's 10,000. I said, can we get this down lower? He said, well, if I don't have to come to meetings till 2 in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, you know, there are different ways to do it. So I will talk to what all of the savings are that they propose, what they propose to help us manage them and to manage our spend. Before I get there, though, I do want to talk about that, and I've worked with Trustee Page and the Personnel Committee around what our spend is going to look like for personnel through the end of the fiscal year. Our anticipated savings from the reductions in force is going to be approximately $40,000 over the next quarter for the last quarter of the year. It does position us into 2024, 2025 to save $160,000 of salary. So, you know, that is really what we're trying to do, is position, how do we make sure we've got this under control for 2024, 2025? So that's a big part of why that adjustment was made. But anticipating where we are now, it's Trustee Page can confirm this. We think that we're going to have to spend or budget an additional $150,000 for salary over top of what was in the budget, just to keep the people that are there right now. I mean, Trustee Page, do you want to validate that? And I know we need to tie these numbers up tighter, but that's where we are.
That happened.
Right. Sorry, how did that happen?
We made the cuts that we needed to make. How are we 150,000 over?
Because we didn't make those cuts earlier in the year, or because those reductions in force, you know, should have happened earlier in the year. I mean, we have to go back and refine the numbers, but this is, you know, based on what we got from the finance team. The Trustee Page and I sat and went through it early part just before the Thanksgiving break. So we do have to tighten it up, but that's where we are. Again, unless there are other reductions in force. So that's the reality. So let me tell you what the attorney said. The attorney said, look, you've got some issues at the township. I'm going to be completely transparent and frank here. There are a number of folks in the township that don't understand how a township operates, how the township should be run. And that's where their strong recommendation was to bring in an interim township administrator who has experience running a township. We're not talking about a full-time role. We're talking about someone who can help us get to a better place for the start of the next fiscal year. So it's about 15 to 20 hours a week is what we've talked about with a firm who can bring a resource like this in. So that is one issue that they talked about. The other issue they talked, okay, please.
Well, because here's the thing, anytime you work with a firm in a situation like that, you're paying the person their hourly rate plus the 30% markup that they're going to charge you. That's how the firms make their money. So that is expensive solution. I don't know if you guys understand that. That's a lot of money.
I understand.
And after we're saying we're already 150,000 over, and now you're saying, but let's go ahead and spend another. I mean, I don't, and you're saying people don't know how to run a township. I don't know what that means. Everybody's doing their jobs. General assistants.
So the second leg of that stool was the finances. That, you know, we have not had accounting support that understands township accounting, right?
That
We
might
have
be
had
true, but a township
right?
administrator isn't going to be able to do that either.
He's going to help align that, because there's the second part we're going to talk about is what we need to do from a financial accounting firm point of view. That's the second thing. The third thing is roles and responsibilities. Both firms have said, we would like to put together a training program for the trustees and the entire board about how a township runs and what your responsibilities are as board members. And you'll remember this came up as a recommendation from another discussion that we had earlier in the year as well. So these three things align. We are getting this guidance from two different sources. And I think we're at a point, Trustee Geist mentioned she wants firm guidelines. I want to make sure that we're operating at a more professional level. And I think we need some outside help to get there. So that's a long way of saying that we do have to meet to readjust the budget and the appropriation. I think we need more information from the finance team. I'll be honest, I was disappointed that we didn't have the fiscal year actual versus budget this month. So I'm working off month-old numbers here. I did look through them, but I didn't have time to incorporate them into the totals I'm looking at. I think they're even higher, particularly in the professional services firms. We just got to get to a point where we're not spending $180,000 a year on legal and whatever we spend 120,000 on financial services, accounting services. We've got to get to a better place. So I don't think we're ready to have that meeting, that discussion as a full board before we get some more firm numbers and before we make some decisions later tonight, until the early part of January. And I will tell you that salaries are not at risk of going over budget yet. They're but we are already over committed on professional service, legal services, and our administration. So those numbers are already over. And as I said, the other number that's over is our insurance, our building and our property liability insurance. So I would propose that we try to tighten up some numbers and come back as a board in the early part of January. We're going to have a 30-day follow-up we have to present it to the township, to our residents. But I'm not comfortable, and Trustee Page, tell me if I'm not comfortable that we're ready to do that until the early part of January.
I agree with you.
So that's my update on where we are and we need to schedule. Yes, Trustee Geist.
How did we become over with the building insurance? How did that happen? I'm trying to figure out like where we were paying building insurance every year.
We bought a building.
You're in a building.
And we got a van. So that includes the building.
Property insurance on 2121 and then auto insurance on the van.
Okay.
The auto insurance covers all the vehicles in the township, to be clear.
So I don't know that we need to vote. I know the supervisor's anxious to get an amended budget, and I think we all are, but I'm just not comfortable that we have the numbers we need now until January, early part of January.
Do you think we could aim for this like by the January meeting?
That's the second Tuesday. I almost think we have to have a special meeting. Maybe we have to do it in finance committee and then present it to the board. So why don't we plan to meet the first? Gosh, I don't know if we're gonna have the numbers or not. Well, we have to. I'm looking at my calendar.
January 10th is our meeting.
The 10th.
Yes.
I think we have to have it by the 10th. So if we have to have a finance committee before then, or a full board meeting before then we'll have to do that. Yes, Trustee Geist.
Be helpful for us to see an itemization from these attorney practices to understand how we're getting to these numbers. Because if creating all of these documents, revising things that have already been revised, like there could be a lot of wasteful spending happening. Teaching us how to look for things that we should be looking in the TOI, looking up in the TOI book. Like, I mean, we may find if we actually look at an itemization of these bills, there's been a lot of unnecessary things that we wouldn't have to worry about seeing in 2024.
Yeah, and I would suggest something else I've talked to them about. I think each one of us has individually gone to them with requests or for action items, and maybe there has to be, okay, 2 people have to request something, right? Just so that we make sure that,
Nobody has spent hours with them, not $7,000, 15 minutes consult, 15 minutes consult. That's, I want to see the itemization of these bills.
well, you guys, I don't know I don't think that came in for the audit because I didn't see it in the record of the invoices that were paid this month. So I don't know if that was, that hasn't come in yet, no?
We haven't been billed for, neither of them came in time to be in this audit.
Yeah.
So they'll be coming in the next few weeks.
But we
or
could
next week.
review it before the next audit.
Sure, and
We got a $10,000 bill from.
Yeah.
Ross's.
Yeah, no, we definitely, we had a 10,000 for Seckler's firm, and we had a 2,100 or something from Carrie Lynn's firm. I saw those had been approved. Those were part of the check run.
But you said there was a 7,000 bill from her.
there is a 7,000 that came in.
Oh,
It just hasn't made it to the audit of expenditures. It came in after. Well, there's been several bills from Carrie Lynn.
Well, it's crazy. I mean, it is absolutely crazy, but without us reviewing an itemization of all the conversations and all the action items that they're completing, I think it's difficult to know, yeah. And you're right, you know why each one of us has had to have a separate conversation, because we can't talk to each other. So, and you know why we can't talk to each other, because we have to follow OMA, but we wouldn't be having these conversations, we wouldn't have to have these individual conversations if things were operating correctly within this team. So, I mean, it sounds like they're a little, I mean, flip it. Well, if we don't have to sit in meetings till 2 o'clock in the morning, then maybe we're not choosing the right firms.
So, also, they have limited their amount of time
Sorry.
that they're planning to be here, and
You
also
need
giving
to
us
sit
time.
here And
to-
make faces the entire meeting and to make comments. Like, it was, to me, tonight was very unprofessional. I'm very uncomfortable with this decision we've made. I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that we're working with a firm that has an hour commute. And so we're an hour and a half into a meeting and they're done. Like, that's not okay. Am I the only person who feels this way?
So there are a lot of township specialty legal firms out there. And they happen to be one of the best.
We don't have to have the best.
We can afford the best.
Just in
They're
your defense
very
here,
reasonable,
that's not
too.
what we hired. We did not hire someone to leave at 9 o'clock. So the deal changed.
Yeah,
So
they
that-
changed
that
the
I'll give
rules.
you that.
They
You
did.
know?
And an hour and a half,
I'm not
isn't it
saying keep them
20
going,
action
but-
items, it's, you're saying in an hour and a half, you have 2 minutes per action item.
Okay, part of this, the reason why the agenda is as full as it is because a lot of these have been postponed from other.
It still would have been addressed in some meetings. It still takes time in whatever meeting it's in. The point is, you cannot get through 30 action items in an hour and a half. It's not realistic. And if we have a firm that can't commit and has an hour commute because they can't commit because they have an hour commute, then we need to find a firm. You need to find us a firm that's out here and is easy for them to get home. It's a shorter commute, so it's not as painful if they're here after 9 o'clock.
Thank you for your
11.
input, trustee Geist. Okay, then, is there anything else that you would like to bring up, trustee Robinson?
No, please answer questions, but no, that's the high level of where we are.
Okay, so that's the 21, trustee McGovern.
Could we set a date for our finance meeting? Or just to look over the budget? Amended budget?
Well, I think that part of the issue is we need to get some numbers and we need to, is that true, trustee Robinson?
Yes, but I agree with the requirement to have a meeting. So let's do it right now. Trustee McGovern, I appreciate what you're saying.
In line with deadlines, so.
So if the meeting's on the 10th, do we want to do it before the 10th?
We don't do before the meeting. How about the 4th of January?
Meeting on the calendar for the 8th. What is that one?
It's a Thursday.
So January 10th is the
It's our
next
board
meeting.
meeting.
Yes. So Thursday, the 4th, does that work?
Yes.
At what time?
What time? 7:30? 7?
Are you talking about AM or PM?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or we could do earlier. That'd be great. How about
I
AM?
am on vacation, so.
Are you on vacation? Oh, I'm sorry.
School, no, I am free from school, so.
Oh, okay.
Is it
How
on-
about I'd prefer earlier in the day if we could. But I want to be sensitive to everyone's schedule.
Autumn, do you have time in the morning?
Which date are we looking at?
The 4th,
January 4th, Thursday, the 4th.
out early.
Well, I mean, what do you think?
I mean, I'd have to probably do it at like 8.
I was ready for 7.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
January 4th at 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
Let's start the
That's
new
fine.
year out
Yep.
right, 8 a.m.
Bring the donuts. Someone go to Dietas.
That's not a special meeting, that's a finance
Finance
meeting, committee meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Okay.
you're right. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay, cool.
So the
Um,
idea that you'll have, you'll be able to get, and you'll be able to give numbers.
Yes.
So that will be a very productive meeting, right?
Yeah, I'll get him information ahead of the meeting. Yes, for sure.
Would it be fair to see if we can get well, I guess never mind.
And maybe we could have the CD stuff all ready for that meeting too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same thing.
What did you say the process used to be?
Okay, can we, we're at 11:07.
Yeah.
Do
Oh,
we?
geez. I
do
think we have to
want-
make a motion to go past 11, don't we?
I'll
Yes,
make a
we do.
motion to go past the 11 o'clock card out.
Okay.
Second.
And any other discussion? And a roll call vote?
Trustee Page?
Yes.
Trustee McGovern?
Yes.
Trustee Geist?
Yes.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt?
Yes. Okay, we're going to stay up for a bit, going on. Then agenda item 22.
Yeah, so that's me as well. So we had a finance committee meeting back on the 13th of November. Recommendation of that committee was to continue with Linda Nader and Associates as for our accounting services on a month-to-month basis. And I know part of that was predicated on for continued training of the bookkeeper, Lisa Rose, as well as completion of the audit. I based on our most recent discussion with the law firm and just some other considerations, particularly around strong township experience, I would make a recommendation that we enable the supervisor to negotiate an agreement with Lauterbach and Almond starting at the start of the next starting the next calendar year in January, or as soon as we can get them on board to be our accounting firm of record. And I know we haven't talked to them since we talked to them back in August. So it's going to require reaching out and validating. But at the time, they were quoting approximately $4,000 per month fixed fee. So I would, my motion would be to empower the supervisor to negotiate with them, subject to them maintaining the same terms and conditions they presented as our go forward accounting services firm. And frankly, I think we can use the finance committee meeting to have them come and present to us again. And maybe the next full board meeting would be when we can ratify. So why don't we, I would propose that the supervisor re-engage with them, have them come present to the finance committee on August. Then we'll
Your,
put a motion. Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, your sound is kind of coming in and out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That we invite them to come and represent at the finance committee meeting on January the 4th. And that if we like what we hear, we will take it to the full board on the January meeting to approve them as the new accounting services firm.
Trustee McGovern or Geist has her hand up.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so in one hand, we're saying we want to cut, we want to cut, we want to cut, we need to cut. And then on the other hand, now we're just looking to spend more. I don't understand if we've taken all of this time to train Lisa Rose, why we would still need to have a retention that's $4,000 a month spent. Why can't we just hire someone on an hourly basis to simply give us our P&Ls to just cross-reference and be there for any questions that arise? why do we feel like we have to spend another $36,000 minimum? We're like,
Good
okay, Paul, we cut here, but then we add here, we cut here, and then we add here. We're going in, I don't know if we're really being smart about this, that's all I'm asking.
I understand. We do have the option to go hourly with them. And I think part of this is we can have them come present to us what their two options are. One is a fixed fee monthly, the other is hourly. If we feel that Lisa Rose has developed her skills to a point where she just needs a couple hours a month or a couple hours a week, then it's not going to be a $4,000 spend.
Well, we said that last month that we thought that she would be there in the next month. That's what I thought was my understanding of what we said, where her training was at with Linda Nader.
Yeah, I haven't seen an invoice from Linda Nader over the last month, so I don't know how much time she's still spending with her.
I'll put my 2 cents in here, but shouldn't, but I will.
Highway Commissioner Young.
Thank you. There is no communication with Linda Nader and the supervisor. There is little between Lisa Rose and the supervisor. You can't have a shot. Somebody's got to be directing these people that they're supposed to do. You don't have a budget in. Why not? You weren't told about the insolvency of the general assistant.
Nobody's questioning Linda Nader, but the change, that's not the question.
But, okay, let me continue. If you go through the options that Lauterbach and Amon presented, they were the ones that presented, bring us on board because we eat and sleep to do this. And you're gonna need that. But they also said, this is how much our hourly rate, and you can switch it anytime. You're not signing the contract for a year. You're signing the contract until I get you where you need to be. That's-
I like the hourly scenario.
I do too, but I don't think you're there yet. No, if you can get them in and, I can nitpick all day and stuff that's in the books. How much was the garage door repair?
1,800.
It's $1,800. You got an expense recorded for $2,700. And there's stuff like that all through. And it's just not working. I mean, that's fine. It's.
Maybe there's something, I don't know.
Pardon me?
Maybe there was something else. Why would it say?
No,
No.
No, it was 1,800.
It's just, and I have pointed out stuff in the past and the misclassification of the base money that went into the general assistance fund. How does that happen? It's just careless. So I talked to Barry and DeGene at one point in time, and I suggest strongly that you go to the more professional firm that understands townships. They eat, sleep, and do this. And let them get you where you need to be and then switch over that. And I'm not sure you have to go back. If they agree to the terms that they presented to you the first time, you should hire them effective the 1st or even the 15th, if they can do it.
And they can,
Have you talked to them?
they can.
Well, I think the better off that you get somebody professional in there that understands townships. The better.
We may not have been able to get that report today because remember she said that the user issue.
Yeah, and that was me. I checked it. When I went in the first time, if I'm the first one, it puts me in as, so she was right. It puts me in as, but it shouldn't be today. The package should have been ready on Friday, and if the package wasn't ready on Friday, somebody should have said, hey. And you haven't gotten that stuff for months.
All right,
Does
so
anybody want to make a motion on retaining an accounting firm?
Not until the finance meeting and the presentation.
Okay, and they presented twice, but we can have them come back.
We need some updated numbers. from them.
We had a
They would
first.
be the same numbers likely, but we can have
We'll
them
find
come
out.
back on the 4th if you're.
Well, sometimes estimates have an expiration date.
Well, I thought she said she talked to me. But if they have the same numbers, I don't know why you just do.
There's no expiration date on their bid.
They didn't say that there was.
Well, you'd be
It'll say
agreeing
I'm not
to
taking
it
her
with
word.
the bid,
I'm
and
not
if they
taking her
can't live by it, then there's no deal.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So there's an amount that it is, and you can approve the amount of this bid.
Yeah,
The- This
I'm
bid,
with the highway commissioner on this. I think we give the supervisor the authority to negotiate and to sign a contract, according to the bid that they had in August, presuming they'll live to those same terms.
Is that a changed amended motion?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Effective what date?
as soon as possible,
If they get, well, I think you gotta make it a firm date. If they could do the 15th, when's the payroll? That's an issue.
that's on the 18th.
That'd be-
So as of December 18th? Is there,
If they've got 3 days to do payroll, that's. If they accept the thing. You make it the 15th, or if you wanna make it the 1st. But the sooner you do it, the better.
Well, then do it the 15th. What do you think?
I think it's smart.
You're saying December 15th?
2 days from now.
so do we have a second?
Is the motion to have the supervisor negotiate a contract with Water Rock?
Well, not negotiate.
Right.
Confirm,
Execute.
execute, yeah, because it should be the
Sorry.
same
Terms.
terms of what they offered in their presentation. If that's changed, then we have to go back to that.
Execute a
Yes.
contract.
It's
With.
this monthly option 2 with the monthly service. So
But
this
there's no
is,
term.
right. There is no term. It would be, sorry, this is services through March 2024. So that's the term, sorry, that
Okay,
they were offering.
Agreement.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee McGovern. And then any other discussion? And a roll call vote.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Geist. Supervisor Hugh.
Yes. Motion passes. Okay then, agenda item 23, trustee Robinson.
Yeah, continuing the discussion, I would make a motion that we enable the supervisor the contract for an interim township administrator. I would say for a 3-month term, but with a caveat that that role is reporting to the board, and not exclusively to the supervisor.
Do they-
And we have, go ahead.
It's-
I'm out of line, go ahead.
And so it is to give you, I think there were some details that may have been missing. It's with the company that
Yeah.
temporary situation with the company, that you've already found, correct?
Yeah, it's called GovTemp, and they provide temporary professional township and municipal administrators. I think someone had told me that there's someone from their firm in Lisle Township right now. Did someone tell me that?
You can go on their
No.
website and look at, they'll list the employees and where those, or their temps, and they'll list where their temps are placed right now. Yes,
Do we
so
necessarily want someone who's a resident of the township?
what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know, you think it's a benefit?
I do.
I,
Understanding the community and just the needs.
Mm,
well, we
I
don't
think
have,
we're gonna have to look at whatever the talent pool is or the candidate pool that they can pull together.
I don't think that should be I don't know that that's a criteria. I think there's just so much going on in here. There's just so much, I would love a fresh perspective, to be
Yes,
honest with you.
exactly.
Someone with
That's,
Right. And what,
Yes.
and what you said is true, this temp would report to the board, not the supervisor.
so, but, and I would suggest
Clerk Powell.
say it one more time.
Clerk Howard.
Sorry. I am kind of out of line if you want a second first, I don't know, but, do you want, I would say that it gets hired with the, maybe the personnel committee or the board can help with the hiring of the person, so they can be part of the choosing of the township administrator.
Yes. And do we have a budget in mind?
I mean,
It's, we have to sit and go through the numbers. I mean, this is,
So,
it's not
again,
anything that we want to spend money on, but we don't really have.
My
a choice.
estimate is around upper limit of 10,000 a month. Because it'd be 15 hours a week times, say, $100 an hour. And I do agree with you. So we have talked to this firm. I would agree that the personnel committee should interview this person, at least two trustees from the personnel committee should interview this person and make sure that they're going to be a good fit for the township. Yeah.
So how do you want the motion to read?
Could you repeat the motion, Robinson?
Yeah, that the supervisor a contract with YouGov or GovTemp, sorry, for a contract interim administrator for a period not to exceed 3 months based on candidates approved by the personnel committee and reporting to the township board.
Is there a second?
Effective, I would say the 15th as well. I think if we can execute the contract, we can start to get some candidates.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, trustee. Yes,
Sorry,
thank you, trustee Robinson and trustee Page. Any other discussion, trustee McGovern?
Should we set a personnel committee meeting date or just wait until?
We could do it. On the fourth. If we're all together on the fourth for finance
the-
committee meetings,
yes.
then I'll take our personnel meeting on the end of that then.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could two birds with one stone.
Okay. And then is trustee Geist?
I just want to confirm the contracts are allowed, or, it's, you're able to only do 3-month contract.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That it would be a 3-month contract.
Actually, I can forward to everybody. I do have a sample. It actually is a 2-week notice. So that we could, it's not even a fixed term, that they'll bring a candidate and if does that answer your question? Yeah.
so
Usually for-
you-
they want 60
you may want to decide, I mean, the fourth might be good because you'll start getting applications in, but you probably would want to maybe have this candidate come to the meeting so you can.
But where's the job description?
I can share with you a job description that they shared with me from the township, or from this organization, their contract language and their master service agreement and their specific terms around this position. I will share that with everybody after the meeting tonight.
I would love that, because that's what I do all day.
Trustee.
So,
I just want to say that I was on a phone call with Barry a couple of months ago. With GovTemp, and it was a productive conversation, professional conversation. So.
oh, I didn't know you guys did that. That's awesome.
The village uses them too. They had used them for a temporary finance person, when, you know.
Recently?
No, when the last one,
On Kinla?
yes, before the payment.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Geist.
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, then, discussion and possible action on scheduling township board training, trustee Robinson.
Yeah, so I have some dates that have been shared with me by both Ross Seckler and Carrie Lynn. They're going to jointly put together a session. I think it's of value. I know that we're all worried about the spend. I think it's of value. Is there, if no, there's not concurrence, then we don't have to agree on it tonight. But if there is concurrence, I would like to get an agreement on a date and a time.
What's the point of the township board training? What are we getting trained on?
You know what? I will get them to send a curriculum. They're feeling that the feedback to me is that the board is probably doing some things that maybe the board that aren't clearly within the requirements of a board. And that the supervisor has certain other responsibilities that should be better defined. So based on everything that they've told me, they think that we could jointly as a board could get value from this sort of re-anchoring the board and the supervisor and the other elected officials as well, who are board members as well.
Conversation with any of the other trustees, why have they chosen you and at what cost has that been? So this is an example, or they're both talking to you about what you think they think we need, but they haven't talked to any of us or the lead trustee, that would be me, I just don't get into that, about any of these things. Like, this is like kind of frustrating to me, to be honest with you, because we're back in that same scenario that I've brought to your attention a couple times, where everybody isn't getting the same information.
Where it came up is I asked them, how do we control the spend of legal services? And they both came back and said, here is what we would recommend for controlling the spend. So that is what I put in here.
Not too ironic.
I think we all should just make a commitment to study RTO.
Trustee Robinson, I mean, I wouldn't go out and spend a lot of money talking to them. I think it would be good to hear the topics that they are pointing out, because TOI has a ton. They also have the Friday, they have Friday open, that you could call and ask questions to. There's so many different avenues. Training is always good, but you can't just say, hey, this blanket that, we're going to training.
And it also sounds like what you're saying is, well, there's things that you guys are doing that you're out of your purview. And, we wouldn't, there's reasons why we're doing things outside of our purview. And I don't think I need a training to tell me that I'm doing things outside of my purview.
And we could say the same about that.
Right.
Just say.
Okay, so we normally raise our hands.
We normally do, yes.
Do we want to, is there any other discussion? Trustee McGovern?
One thing that I have started doing is collaborating with other townships and looking at their minutes. My fear is that we're gonna miss dates, because we have in the past. So I think there's things that we can do. No, go ahead.
The TOI magazine.
Highway
has a
Commissioner
calendar
Young.
Yeah.
That lists all the important dates that the township
Right.
has done. And I don't know whether you're getting those magazines or not, but. it's not
Yeah,
good.
perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
So in the back, there's that lovely calendar.
Yeah. So I would like to make a motion to table the extra spend at this moment with
It just feels like
the training, trustee training with legal. Other opportunities, I think are fabulous, but I would not contract.
Highway
No.
Commissioner Young.
And how weird that the two
Highway
of them are
Commissioner Young.
talking.
Sorry, he raised his hand.
I was talking to her, I'm sorry.
I don't think they should be charged. And I think somebody should go back to, you shouldn't charge me for your sales check for that training. But we want to see the curriculum that you would present if we did. You can't. But they shouldn't be charged.
I feel like Ross is carrying under concern.
Yeah.
Is it just me?
Is
We have a
there,
first.
is there, somebody that has anything else with discussion?
No, I'll second, trustee McGovern.
Okay, and then a
Motion
roll
to
call,
table.
and then any other discussion and a roll call vote?
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Dice,
Yes.
trustee Robinson,
Yes.
supervisor Hewitt.
Abstain. Okay, then, next is Finance Committee update.
I was just gonna talk about where we are relative to the audit. I think we've covered those issues earlier, so no other update. Thank you.
Okay, reports of elected officials, Highway Commissioner Young,
Nothing to report at this time.
Assessor Trowbridge,
Report.
Trustee Geist.
I'm just excited to report, we had a really good response to a Spice Up the Pantry drive that I did, where we collected spices and condiments for the pantry. So that was pretty cool.
Excellent.
Trustee
job.
McGovern
Nothing to report, thank you.
and Trustee Page.
Nothing.
And I don't have anything more. Clerk Powlitz.
No, nothing more.
Okay, any old business? Any new business? Okay, next, the minutes.
You would either approve the consent agenda or you would pull something if you
So-
wanted to pull. Yeah.
So does anybody want to make a motion with the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion with the consent agenda. I didn't have any problem with the minutes. To approve the,
Consent agenda.
review and approval of minutes for the following. 11/8/23 Lisle Township October Board Meeting.
You would actually just approve the consent.
Oh,
agenda.
I'm sorry, approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and then is there any other discussion? And then a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Page,
Yes.
trustee Geis. Yeah. Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Robinson.
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, next is 30, approval and ratification of separation agreements.
Can we just?
And this has to be read in a certain way. Does,
I moved to approve and ratify the separation agreement and general release between Lisle Township and Gerald Wolf. Lisle Township Employment Matter number 2023-01.
I'll second.
and any discussion? And then a roll call vote.
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Geis. Trustee Robinson,
Yes,
supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. I move, or sorry, number 30.
I move to approve and ratify the separation agreement and general release between Lisle Township and Terry Carvalho. Lisle Township Employment Matter number 2023-02.
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee McGovern and trustee Page. Any other discussion?
I have to understand, where are the keys to the employees who've been severed for over a month?
So I have yet to receive them, but I believe that what was said in the agreement was that when he comes back to town, I don't know that
The
he's,
agreement said noon that Friday, actually.
so that wasn't the agreement that was signed.
We didn't alter the agreement.
Somebody is out there with keys to this building that doesn't work for this building.
There
Right,
should be,
that
we
doesn't
should
work.
not be continuing to compensate without that key.
Who is out of state?
I
No.
no, I just
No, no,
find
no,
it
no,
funny
no,
because
no,
the
no.
minute you kicked me out of this building.
You changed the
all
lock.
locks
Exactly,
changed.
exactly.
The truck was here, but someone.
Right,
Right,
right.
but then some.
Come on, there's
Right.
no
No,
place where you
no,
would become
that's
an
a
employee, you
problem.
still have a key.
That's a problem
month
for
later.
security.
The alarms have been changed.
Then why didn't you do that for me?
There is a different issue.
Okay.
Different
Okay, no
issue.
key, no pay. No key, no pay.
It's not.
I don't know.
Yeah,
A thing.
The payday's what, tomorrow?
Today.
Okay,
It's
the-
nothing to put a key in an overnight priority mail envelope with UPS or USPS and return that key.
The key should have been taken from him
Before he went back out of
Exactly.
town.
Exactly.
He didn't ever come back.
Oh, so he was in town the day he didn't come to work because he was sick.
No, I don't know when he left
So he
town.
didn't live here.
I don't know. when
Whatever it
he-
was, we need
No,
the key
he was
back.
here, he was here and then the next day he was fired. So that's what
But he
happened.
was sick the day he was fired. He couldn't come in.
We
'cause he
need
was
that
sick.
key back.
He wouldn't,
Agreed.
he wouldn't get on the phone with us after you let him know that it was about his employment. You talked to him, but then he wouldn't get on the phone when we had the attorney here to actually execute the dissolution of the employment. He wouldn't get on the phone, he wouldn't answer your calls or your texts. So he was present enough to know that, but he told you he was sick. So I don't understand, he was here in the office on one day, but he was in another state the next day sick. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't matter. We just need the key back. We just need
And
the
you
key.
as the supervisor ultimately have a responsibility. This is your due diligence. It's not my diligence to
Right.
make sure that key came back. I shouldn't still be asking about the key. I mean, you can be, there's nothing to be offended about. It's your responsibility. Get the key.
I will try again to get the key. I've tried several times and I will try again to get the key.
Then we'll change the lock.
Then he doesn't get his paycheck,
Exactly.
the last paycheck until
Exactly.
if that paycheck goes out on the 30th, that last paycheck goes out and the key is not back here. It's gonna be a serious problem. I don't think.
I don't know if you can lawfully, are you not Are you
He's-
not
he's
making
out of-
the motion?
He's out of the agreement. He's not honoring the signed agreement.
The signed agreement had the discussion of,
I'd be
here's
very
the-
careful.
well,
I
we
don't
can-
know.
Okay, that's possible, but the
But-
agreement was he had to return it at noon on Friday
no,
of that
that
week.
was not the agreement. This wasn't, this was agreed to very recently.
I didn't agree to a modification to the agreement.
You just didn't make it.
Huh?
You just didn't when they did. when you did.
You
Is that
didn't,
what
they
we
didn't
did?
vote
Was it
on it
different?
yet. They didn't vote on it.
Oh,
No. this
Oh, wait, the
was-
first one you voted
it.
on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well,
we're still
shame
in
on
the
us.
meeting,
Right.
so you could change that.
yeah.
Well,
If you wanted to. You
then
didn't
amend it.
vote on Terry Carvalho's yet. You did not vote on that.
Did
You,
we get her key back?
Yes, we got all of the keys back and you already voted on A.
I know, but if they wanted to change it, they're still in the meeting, they could do that.
You already voted on it.
I just said, yeah, I understand that, but they could still change the mode, they could change it. As we're still in the
We've
meeting.
been asking for the keys since even on 11/9. Were the keys returned?
I agree, it's, my hands up, I agree, it's a serious and an important issue. Not that I like to incur legal expenses, but I think this might be a time for our attorney to send a letter. And I don't know if we can change the separation agreement, but I think there could be an expense to rekey the building if he doesn't return the key. So I would like our attorney to lay out what the implications are if he doesn't return the key by a certain date.
It's a good suggestion, Vincent. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, if we don't get the key back from him, then the cost for rekeying the building is on him. I would approve that.
Same.
Okay, can we approve this agreement with that being the amendment that you're putting forth?
Yes,
Meaning, would you make, would you
Yes,
amend your
I
motion?
would like
Just,
to amend the motion. I think I need to read it again. In regards to. Lisle Township Employment Matter number 2023-01. I move to approve and ratify the separation agreement. If
The key isn't returned. The key, the
Okay.
building key has to be returned. Now,
Yes, so along with this agreement, the key must be returned or. I don't know how much.
well,
you say
we're gonna
that.
direct the lawyer,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
we
does
could draw it
say
out
send a
first.
letter,
that it's part of the agreement.
right?
so do we want, that's, so we're going to have the attorney send a letter and have a time frame of which the key must be returned by.
Yeah,
in
okay.
order for
Yeah.
this to be ratified. Are we going to, is
Okay.
that what we're trying to amend it to?
Yes.
Yep.
In order to approve and ratify the separation agreement and general release between Lisle Township and Gerald Wolf. Lisle Township Employment Matter number 2023-01, we must have a legal announcement and a key, his personal key to the building returned
January 1?
by January 1st, or there will be legal
The cost of the
consequences.
rekeying the office will
Yes.
fall on his shoulders.
Okay, and then a second
I'll second.
and a roll call vote,
Is it more than one key?
1.
What other things does he have, laptops?
Well, there's 2 keys, but they're to different doors. One's to the garage and one's to,
Does he have
Repeat
2
them
keys?
both?
no, he has, it's a different key, so it's,
He has a key to the garage, the far garage. for the-
yeah,
the roof thing.
so his keys need to come back. And so roll call vote, Clerk Pollitt,
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Dice. Yes. Trustee Robinson. Could you say that again?
I'm sorry, yes,
Supervisor Hewitt.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, then, the motion passes. Is there a need for an executive session?
We didn't
So,
finish,
and then Mr. Cavallo.
we do have a first and a second.
Sorry, and then back to Terry Cavallo, with 30B. Trustee McGovern was the first and trustee Page was the second. Any other discussion? And a roll call vote, please.
Trustee McGovern,
Yes.
trustee Page.
Yes.
Trustee Geist.
Yes.
Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Is there, we're at 31 executive session.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to enter an executive session pursuant to section 2C1 of the Illinois Open Meeting Act to discuss the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Robinson and trustee Page. Any other discussion? And a roll call vote?
Trustee Robinson,
Yes.
Page.
Yes.
Trustee McGovern.
Yes.
Trustee Geist.
Yes.
Supervisor Hewitt.
Yes. Okay, this meeting is going to be paused. Everybody needs to go and we will return after to close the meeting after the executive session is done at this link. So if when we come back, it will be recorded if you miss it. Thank you.